Good morning, everyone.
Well, and not only that, Mark Miller's on a heater.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lee wasn't.
No, thanks to Auburn. Whew. Morning, everybody. Yeah, both looking good. It's funny. As a Giants fan, I'm like, lose out.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Absolutely.
Lose out. I love it. I'm going to sound like Gruden today. I love it. Look at you guys.
How about the Miami cover?
Boy, they've been doing that all year.
Pounding one in late. All right, here we go. 10 seconds.
20 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this final Monday of November. It's an overreaction Monday. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I'm coming at you from Santa Monica once again. I'm just living in LA. Got a little duplex and everything. No, not really. It just feels that way. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing better than you, I think, with all the travel you've been doing. You look a little fatigued. It's been a little back and forth for you and your cross-continental trips here.
It's funny. I am probably as well rested as I have been on a cross-country trip all season. It's just my lighting. I have one light in this room. One. I have it angled and propped up against the wall so that it is like right in my face. I am interrogating myself for the show today, live on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. I am interrogating myself. It's right in my face, low too. So it's taking all the color out of me. I actually got a decent night's sleep. I had good travel. I got lucky for some. I got upgraded to first class from Jacksonville to Minneapolis and from Minneapolis to LA.
Look at you.
I know. I'm not kidding.
Playa.
I have flown first class 3 times in my life, and this whole trip so far has been a lap of luxury.
It's really nice. Those seats are big.
They are.
They're very attentive to anything that you may want. Now, you're a sleeper, but when you're awake, David, they are attentive to anything that you may want.
Well, that's also one of the differences. See, when you fall asleep in coach, and if the cart goes by you, you're done. You weren't awake. They got to row 21, and you were asleep. Oh, well. Sucks to be you. By the way, 4-hour flight. We're coming once, just so you know. Meanwhile, you fall asleep in first class, that you wake up and they come over and they go, well, we hope you had a nice rest. Now, would you like that breakfast that you ordered? Why, as a matter of fact, I would. And what would you like to drink? I would like this, this, and this. That's fine. We'll get all of that coming up.
Yeah, they never ask if you want the whole can in first class, David. They just give it to you.
Correct. I know. Real silverware? Real glassware? What is up with that? I don't even use that in my house.
You know, this is the Seinfeld episode. There are some people, David, that don't deserve first class, and I'm not sure that you do, but I'm happy that you got upgraded.
See, I'd like to think I deserve it. I just have no idea how to handle it. None. I mean, I have to admit, for the early part of the flight, I had the shakes. I did. I was a little nervous. You know, guy next to me had to calm me down. He was a pro, you know, but whew. So anyway, out here right near the Santa Monica Pier, again, you know, a hotel that's very convenient to both SoFi and the airport. Not, but yeah, nice to be here. And Mark, you remember, was it 2-3 weeks ago that the Florida football teams went 1-11 for the weekend?
Yes.
Mark, I don't know if everybody's aware. The Gators won, the Knowles won, the Canes won, South Florida won, the Bucks won, and the Dolphins won. Now, I don't know how Stetson did. I don't know how the FCS teams did, and I know UCF lost. But still, I know it's the first weekend of the year that those 4 college teams all won on the same weekend. I mean, let's face it, Florida State's only won twice, so it's real easy to figure out if it's happened before.
How about them Gators?
How about them Gators? Now, by the way, apparently he's SEC Billy.
I think he's just bowl game Billy still, but
okay.
But it's been an impressive 2 weeks. They're playing so hard. And you got to be fired up for how Napier's been able to keep this team together, largely because he's been paying the freshmen and sophomores who are playing. And that's the way to keep a team together, is financially. But they are playing hard for him.
Yeah, they're his guys. The guys that are playing are largely his guys. And the upperclassmen, we don't want to go out losers. We're tired of losing, and we're not going out losers. And they kept it together. Good for them. Great for them. By the way, and I know there are a lot of people that don't like the Gators, and I get that. But, man, it's nice to hear and see the Swamp looking and sounding like the Swamp again. It really is. It's a neat place, for lack of a better word. And the fact that they came up with, on their own, one of the 5 best traditions now in college football at the end of the third quarter. Singing Tom Petty's Won't Back Down. And when it's a good game and the place is packed, and it's just awesome. College football is so much better when the Swamp looks and sounds like the Swamp again. So hopefully this is the beginning of the Swamp looking and sounding like the Swamp again for the rest of the decade. That would be nice. That would be awesome. It's good for college football. It's a special place.
And in order to build a program, yeah, you need a coach, and yeah, you need a recruits, and you get all these things. But what you need is a quarterback.
There we go. There we go.
And DJ Lagway.
What's he, Mark?
I don't know if he is him, as the kids like to say, David, but he's pretty damn good.
Also, remember, he's like 60% right now. I mean, there's very few boots. Okay, there's no RPO stuff because he's limited. Right. This isn't the full arsenal by any stretch of the imagination. Right. And Mark, remember, we're idiots. And by we, I mean Miller and Moulton. We're morons. We're idiots. We get it. We know that you guys don't think we know much of anything. We got it. But we did say that Lagway is tied to Napier. And for that reason alone, you got to keep him. No, you can't. You talk, Lane will come in and he'll keep him to stay. And we're like, no, Lagway's pretty open and honest. He's here for Billy. Okay, he's here for Billy. I don't know. I don't know. Billy might be worth keeping around just for Lagway alone. Now the rest of the guys are playing too. I'll be damned.
Defense has found a little something.
Yes. There are teams out there, Mark, 2/3 of the way through the season that have found defense on both Saturdays and Sundays. And you and I both are like, where the hell is this coming from? But the Gators are one of them.
And the Gators O-line played pretty well.
Yes.
Because Ole Miss's defensive front's really good.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought the Florida offensive line showed some moxie in a game where I thought they'd get outmanned at the line of scrimmage. I thought Ole Miss would dominate them. And Florida's O-line showed up, and I was impressed with that, David.
Well, and the money was coming in like crazy on Ole Miss. Like crazy, the money was coming in on Ole Miss. And the Gators said, we got it. We'll take it from here. And Mark, this is how crazy Saturday was. Indiana got blown out.
Yes, they did.
Now, it wasn't an early blowout at all. I mean, it was a game. But in the second half, it was obvious. One team had 4 and 5 stars, and the other team didn't. And you looked at the team that didn't have the 4 and 5 stars and thought, I really don't know how we can put them in the playoff. There's no way they can compete with, who are they going to play? Georgia? I mean, come on. We can't do this. And then the rest of Saturday happened, and we said, well, I guess we got to put Indiana in. Because you're out, and you're out, and you're out, and you're probably out.
It was the opposite of an Oprah show. You don't get a car, you don't get a car, you don't get a car.
You stay home, you stay home, and you stay home. Wow.
What a Saturday.
It felt like one of those magical first-round days in the NCAA basketball tournament in which you're like, oh, my goodness, a 2-seed, a 3-seed. No, really? Did you see that buzzer beater? Man. I mean, according to my calculations, Mark, numbers 5, 7, 9, 14, 15, 16, and 18 all went down to defeat. Now we're talking. Now, this sport's starting to come around now.
Saturday in November, David.
There we go. This is what we're talking about. So
pressure's hitting everybody. I mean, even a team like Boise, David, struggled with Wyoming. Wyoming, who has 2 wins and they're terrible, and took Boise as far as they could take them. The pressure is starting to get to everyone. on Saturday.
Yep. And this is what some of us hoped for when they went to 12. This is what some of us were hoping for. That these games with 5 and 5 and 4 and 6 teams in which they could save their seasons, make their mark. This is their playoff game. Yep. But man, oh man, did the SEC take out the SEC on Saturday.
And we had talked about it for a while, whether or not they would. Well, they did.
And we said the difference between the SEC and the other conferences for most of the year is that the middle of the SEC had risen up and beaten the top of the SEC on occasion. And that hadn't happened in the other conferences. Well, it's starting to happen in the Big 12. And it nearly happened in the Big 10 in Minneapolis.
It looked like Armageddon Saturday for the Big 10. The way Indiana got drubbed, and then Penn State struggled mightily with Minnesota, only to come out on top in the end.
So at about 6 o'clock on Saturday, you're thinking the Big 10 is going to get 2. And the SEC is trying to figure out, are they going to get 5 or 6? And then by about 10, 11 o'clock at night, you're like, well, the Big 10 is going to get 4, and the SEC is probably only going to get 3. The ACC is going to get 2. That's a Saturday, baby.
Unreal. First year of the 12-team playoff, and we get a Saturday like that in late November. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5, 25 minutes away. Kevin Brockway to talk Gators in the 8 o'clock hour. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, but if you go 15-1 and don't make the Super Bowl, I mean, at least Carolina with Cam went 15-1 and made the Super Bowl.
Did you need me, David? I'm over here doing 10 million things at once.
No, I'm answering some people in the Twitch chat room.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour. Starting 5 coming up in a little more than 15 minutes. Thanks for waking up with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. On this final Monday of November, the Monday before Thanksgiving, we will be off Thanksgiving and Black Friday. We'll be taking off. First days off since Labor Day, so don't give us a hard time.
That's one way to do it.
I mean, Pat Kerwin will tomorrow, all right, because he's working right on through, because he's an absolute machine. But I don't know what to tell you. Our machine goes pretty hard. It does. It does not go as hard as Pat's machine. So
no, I picked up a little of Pat machine on Saturday. I got my new car Saturday, David.
Oh,
and I was
cool.
programming all the stations because I have Sirius. And I'm like, oh, NFL radio. There's Pat.
Yep. Saturday afternoon.
Yep.
Then doing the NFL Today on Sunday. Yep. His next day off is, I think it's sometime in May, post-draft.
Yeah, he won't even, he doesn't take Thanksgiving off, does he?
Heck, he's got to be in New York for NFL Today. They got the Lions game. I think they have the Lions this year.
They do.
Yeah, Cowboys on Fox. Giants, Cowboys on Fox. I mean, at least the Cowboys won, but my goodness. Boy, what a humdinger that's going to be. Speaking of Sundays, man, we haven't said this very often this year. Man, the Florida teams looked good yesterday.
They looked really good.
I mean, they played bad teams, but that's okay. They've lost at least the Dolphins have. They'd lost to bad teams this year. It didn't matter their opponent. They could play down to them. Ooh, not yesterday. Oh, man. Bucks coming off that bye week. Man. Hey, looked good. You know, that first week back from vacation, sometimes you're dragging, your heart and your soul and everything's still on vacation. And sometimes you come back from vacation and you are fresh and ready to go. And you pound that first week of work that you're back. Man, Bucks look good.
Yeah, this Bucky Irvin looks like he might be a little bit of a player. He's
Yeah.
a weapon in the backfield, man. He runs hard.
Uh-huh.
Did a good job catching the ball as well. I think he had about 150 total yards.
Bucks scored again. And they whooped up on the G-Men. And who can't whoop up on the G-Men right now?
Didn't Saquon Barkley used to play for them?
Mark, he sure did. He sure did. It's another thing Miller and Moulton wrong a lot. Another thing Miller and Moulton were pretty right about a couple years ago. So you're in a quandary, are you? The quarterback or the running back? I don't care what conventional wisdom says. Have you watched the two play? Pay the running back. That's what Miller and Moulton said. Pay the running back. Look the quarterback right in the eyes and say, go find somebody else to pay you $40 million a year. Seriously. I dare you. Nope. No, Saquon wanted to stay, Mark. Saquon wanted to stay. He just wanted to be paid market value, which for a running back was like 13 plus million. That was market value. And apparently the Giants got real close. But for whatever reason, for like $500,000 a year, they wouldn't go 13 plus million.
Whoop, there's Saquon Barkley. He just broke off another run. Oh, he's wearing an Eagles jersey. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. He looks really good. And he looked pretty good behind the Giants' offensive lines.
Yes.
And this just in, they're not good. Now he goes and plays behind the Eagles' offensive line.
David Men on that line.
Correct. They can lose a Hall of Fame center and still manhandle people. Correct. Right. He's running behind that now. And unlike most teams which get away from the run, Philly will run the ball all day. All day. So they wear teams out.
Who knows if it'll happen? But, David, you could be in euphoria if the Eagles and Lions end up playing in the playoffs because they'll run the ball 70% of the time each. They will just line up and run it at one another for 3.5 hours.
3.5 hours? Game will take 2.5 hours. Those
you know what?
teams.
Good point. Good point. I apologize.
But, oh, yeah. That'll be, and arguably the two best offensive lines in the league also would be in that NFC Championship game. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, although it's looking that way. It is. They seem to be separating themselves from the rest of the pack, unless the rest of the NFC North raises their hand and goes, hold on a second. Do you know the third place team in our division's 8-3? Okay. All right. We're pretty good in this division. All right. Tell you what, let's just get out of this division alive before you start worrying about anything else. Okay.
The end of the games yesterday at 1 o'clock were just nuts. Nuts.
Yeah. Yes. Especially since for the longest time, it looked like we were hardly going to get a close finish at 1 o'clock. And then all hell started breaking loose. In Chicago, where the Vikings had a 10-point lead. This game's over. Come on.
Over.
I mean, in fact, they had 11-point lead, I think, right? Didn't the Bears have to score a touchdown? All right. Convert the 2-point conversion, recover the onside kick, and then in 22 seconds with no timeouts, go like 30 yards to get in field goal range.
That's correct, David.
And they did all of that.
Yes, they did.
You know how many onside kicks had been recovered in the NFL before the Bears recovered theirs yesterday, Mark?
Not a one.
Not a single one. Correct. Yep. How about the ending of the Washington-Dallas game?
I wanted so desperately, David, for Washington to then come back and beat the Cowboys because he ran the onside kick in. mean, the only way for Washington to have a shot in that game is for the Dallas player to score. If he slides, it's over.
I'm screaming. I had gotten to the hotel here, and they have a setup where they have all the games on in a room. And the crew from ESPN watches football together. And I am yelling. And, I'm a nobody in that room, so I sit in the back and keep my mouth shut. But he starts running that kickback, and I just said, go down, go down, go down. And then when he scores, I'm like you. I'm like, well, now I hope Washington completes another Hail Mary, wins in overtime.
Exactly. That first run back was ridiculous. The spin move.
Oh, my goodness.
The foot plant and the spin, that was something.
He looked like he was in his own world. The guy, like there was no one else on the field. He's like, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go slow. All right. Then I'm going to spin. All right. Then, honestly, he just looked like he was out there doing his own thing. And then there's Carolina. Carolina's going to take Kansas City to overtime? What the? And then Mahomes said, oh, for goodness sakes, can we go home already, please? Enough of this crap.
But it was a bizarre 3:45 to 4:15, if you will, yesterday afternoon. It was just a crazy half hour as it looked like a bunch of games were over and came back to life in quick fashion as Dallas ends up getting the win over Washington. The Vikings end up taking down Chicago, but needed time, effort, and a little good fortune for those things to happen.
And how about the NFL kickers yesterday in the clutch, choking like big hairy dogs? How about the guy in Houston? Was that field goal 30 yards that he missed to tie it with under 2 minutes to go? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Never mind the Washington kicker, not one but two extra points. He can't be employed by Wednesday, can he?
No, you got to do something in Washington. I agree with that, David. Cut him.
But so, best kicking year in the NFL in a very long time, but boy, not yesterday. The starting five, it is coming up. Thanks so much for being with us on an Overreaction Monday. Where else but Miller and Moulton?
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier everyday men's health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Whew. I don't think the Giants were one of the two teams calling about Bryce Young. He doesn't fit the mold of the quarterbacks that Shane and Daboll have wanted. I'll tell you what, there was for a play yesterday, I thought the team that was going to grab Daniel Jones was Minnesota when Darnold went down. He's right there, Irish football. He's, they're probably 1 and 1A in whatever order you want to put him in. Whew. Yeah, Kansas playing like the preseason favorite to win the Big 12, which is what they were. Spitz, which SEC team with 3 losses? I mean, right now the 3 teams are Texas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Yeah, the championship games aren't going to matter, though, Spitz. Not in the SEC and the Big Ten. Listen, A&M could beat Texas. They'll go to the SEC championship game with 3 losses, lose, and be in the playoff at 9 and 4. SEC getting 2 teams in.
Name the bet, Irish football. Name the bet. I can bet up to $500 on that. That's my limit.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X on this Overreaction Monday. Broadcasting live coast to coast from Southwest Florida to Santa Monica, California in the Floormeisters studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. Whew, was it real this weekend? College and pro football. We'll try to wrap up as much of it as we can with
The Starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting 5.
Well, the Bucs snapped their 4-game skid. They looked terrific. They dominated the Giants, much worse than the final score of 30-7. They're 5-6. Just a game back in the loss column of the Commanders for the final playoff spot. And just a game back of the Falcons for the division lead, although Atlanta has the tiebreaker. Just saying. They'll be favored in 5 of their last 6. Just saying. Dolphins, well, they did what they had to do. They had a 3-game stretch here in which we said, hey, If this team's got anything left, they got to win all 3 games. And they did. Went to LA, beat the Rams, and they came home and took care of the Raiders and Patriots back-to-back, 34-15 in the final yesterday. Miami's won 3 in a row, Tua with 4 touchdowns. By the way, statistically, he's been the best quarterback in the league since he came back from the concussion. But he sucks. He's a bum. They got to get rid of him, right? Miami, a game back at Denver in the loss column. Now, for what it's worth, if you play this out and somehow, some way, Denver and Miami end up tied, the likelihood is Miami would have the tiebreaker. And I say that because they both have 4 conference losses today. So if Miami picked up the game and a half to tie Denver, don't you think their conference record would be better than Denver's? So that's about the only thing, if you're a Dolphin fan, to hold on to. That it looks as if going forward, unless it's a strange series of wins that you have and wins and losses that Denver has, that you would end up with the conference record tiebreaker on the Broncos if you finish tied with them. But you have to get tied with them. And Denver took care of Vegas yesterday, 29-19. They also broke Gardner Minshew's left collarbone. He's out for the year for the Raiders. Bo Nix looking terrific, 273 yards, 2 touchdowns, 29-19 Denver. They are 7-5, as are the Commanders, who were 7-2. Dallas snapped their 5-game winless streak with a gutty road effort. Give them credit. 34-26 over Washington. And now Washington, just a game up in the loss column for the final playoff spot in the NFC. Kansas City struggled, but held off Carolina 30-27. Mahomes with 3 touchdowns. Texans have lost 4 of 6, Mark. How concerned are you about the...
Well, concerned? Sure, they're going to win the division. So they've got to get right, but I still think there's nothing there to catch them in that division, David.
It certainly looks as if there's nothing to catch them in the division, because Indianapolis is 2 games back and the Texans have swept them, so they own the tiebreaker. And Tennessee's 3.5 back and the Jags are 4.5 back. But, man, the Texans have lost 4 of 6, and they lost at home to the Titans yesterday, 32-27. The Lions are a machine. Their 9th straight win. They manhandled the Colts 24-6. They're 10-1. Their point differential is 177. That's like elite college football teams when they play their soft non-conference schedules. The Lions are doing this in the NFL. This is unbelievably impressive. Lions
got cleaned up yesterday, though.
Yeah, there's no doubt the injuries are adding up, and you wonder, are they going to have to find replacements on the street the way that the Chiefs have managed to do these last couple of years? Also, you wonder, are they going to need that bye? You know, are they going to need to play one less playoff game than everybody else in the NFC? Lions are going to host the Bears on Thanksgiving. Bears lost another tough one at home. They've lost 5 in a row. How about the Vikings? A, they're 9-2. B, they just swept a 3-game road trip. Yeah, the teams weren't that good, but you win 3 in a row on the road in the NFL. That's pretty damn impressive.
You're doing something right. It's not easy to win on the road in that league, and they've done it back to back to back. And tried to give it away against Chicago.
Yeah, that was crazy, the ending. I mean, 11 points in the final 30 seconds for the Bears to force overtime. But Minnesota, 30-27. They're 9-2. Packers humiliated the Niners. The Niners, the entire defensive line that played against Green Bay in the playoff game last January, they weren't in the game. Trent Williams. The Niners are a physical mess right now. And Green Bay got 3 touchdowns from Josh Jacobs and manhandled them 38-10. Packers are 8-3. The Niners are 5-6. The Niners are in last place in the NFC West, I believe. with a 1-3 division record.
And that's why they're in last place.
Seattle, meanwhile, is in first. They beat Arizona 16-6. Pick six, the key play in that game. Both teams are 6-5. They're tied for first, but Seattle with the tiebreaker because they won yesterday. Last night, the Eagles won their 7th in a row, beat the Rams in LA 37-20. Saquon with 255 yards rushing. That's an all-time Eagles record.
You remember when he played for the Giants?
I do, Mark. And in fact, he had more yards from scrimmage yesterday than the entire Giants team did against Tampa Bay. Phillies at Baltimore next weekend. Rams are in New Orleans. Phillies 9-2. And suddenly, remember when they played on a Thursday night not that long ago for first place in the NFC East? And now they got a 2.5-game lead in the division. Things can move quickly in the National Football League. Rams a game back in the West at 5-6. Saquon also with a 70 and a 72-yard touchdown runs last night. Man, he was a fantasy machine. Monday Night Football tonight in L.A. The Chargers and the Harbaugh. Jim and John going at it. Chargers hosting the Ravens. Ravens a 3-point favorite, even though the Chargers have the better record. With the over-under of 50.5 mark, Vegas is screaming this is 27-24 Baltimore, give or take a half a point. Both teams with 7 wins on the year. College football. Well, we all know by now what a crazy Saturday it was. Indiana at 5, Alabama at 7, Ole Miss at 9, BYU at 14, Texas A&M at 15, Colorado at 16, Army at 18, all lost. College Football Playoff Committee tomorrow night will likely have a top 6 that looks like this because this is the consensus top 6 from the AP and coaches polls yesterday. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia. Now, in the coaches poll, Miami was 7. In the AP poll, Miami was 8. Tennessee flip-flopped with them. College hoops last night. By the way, the tournament gets underway in Fort Myers today.
Yeah, Michigan and Va Tech the first game, I believe.
And also there's another tournament in Southwest Florida. The Showcase that gets underway as well. But a couple of upsets yesterday in college hoops. St. John's nationally ranked, lost to Georgia. Rutgers lost to Kennesaw State. They played the game at Kennesaw State.
Why?
Sometimes they do that if like they have a kid on the team from the Atlanta area. They want to play a game in his hometown. I give them credit for scheduling the game, and the place was packed, but the Owls beat them 79-77. Game of the day yesterday was probably Wisconsin and Pitt, 2 teams who look like they could play in the second week of the tournament. Wisconsin beat them 81-75. The Canes have lost 3 in a row. VCU beat them by 7. LSU and UCF went 3 overtimes. LSU won 109-102. South Florida edged Wright State on a jumper at the buzzer, 73-72. FGCU got their second win of the year. They beat FIU by 1. You know, they're trying to run Leonard Hamilton out of Tallahassee. He's got the Noles off to a 6-1 start. They beat UMass by 33. Seton Hall edged FAU 63-61. Big upset in women's hoops yesterday.
Yes, there was.
South Carolina hadn't lost since Caitlin Clark and Iowa beat them 2 NCAA tournaments ago. They had won 43 in a row. They played UCLA yesterday, who had never beaten the number 1 team in the country. Well, they did yesterday, and they whooped them 77-62, snapping the Gamecocks' 43-game winning streak. FGCU beat Cincinnati. They beat Georgetown and Cincinnati over the weekend with their new coach. South Florida lost to Louisville. UCF beat FAMU by 25. And Mississippi State took care of Jacksonville in women's college basketball. Heat rallied, needed overtime, beat the Mavs 123-118. Mark, the 76ers are 3-13. They hosted the Clippers yesterday. LA beat them by 26 without Kawhi. Is that a bad sign? It seems like it to me. 3-13 are the Sixers. Boston edged the Timberwolves 107-105, and the Cavs are 17-1. They beat Toronto by 14. Hockey, Toronto beat Utah in the only game in the league yesterday, 3-2. But there was news. St. Louis fired their head coach, Drew Bannister, after 22 games. And the GM was brutally honest about it. He said, yeah, Jim Montgomery became available in Boston, and he's a much better coach. And that's what I told Drew Bannister. You didn't do anything wrong, but I think that guy can lead us to a cup. So you got to go. I feel badly for the guy. He was their AHL head coach for years, took over on an interim basis second half of last year. They actually played above 500 for him. Yeah.
Yeah, he just wanted to beat everybody else to Montgomery because Montgomery was a hot commodity. There were several teams interested in his services, and St. Louis ends up getting him.
5 days after fired by the Bruins.
That's called double dipping, everybody. Now he's getting paid by the Bruins, and he's getting paid by the Blues.
Do you know the last 3 coaches that the Bruins have fired have all been rehired within 8 days? Claude Julien, who's the guy who went to Vegas and won the Cup, Cassidy, all right, and now Jim Montgomery. In golf, in Naples, they gave away $11 million in their season-ending event on the LPGA Tour. Lydia Ko with a big run yesterday. She shot a 63 to finish third. Nelly Korda finished tied for fifth. But Thailand's Jimo Thittikul, 2 days in a row, went eagle birdie on 17 and 18. And by doing so yesterday, she comes from 2 shots back with 2 to play to win the $4 million first place prize. There was only one check in golf, not on the LIV Tour, that was bigger than the $4 million that was won in Naples yesterday. The U.S. Open check was 4.1 and change on the men's side. The only check in golf that was bigger than what the LPGA gave away at the CME Group Championship in Naples yesterday. On the PGA Tour, Maverick McNeely, he won 1/3 of what Thittikul won in Naples. He won $1.4 million by winning the RSM Classic at St. Simon's Island in Georgia by 1 over 3 guys, and one of them being Daniel Berger. And at 8 minutes before the hour mark, that was the starting 5. A big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
I feel like I want to applaud after that. There was a lot of information in there. It was very well done. I feel much more informed than I was before the day started.
I tried. So since I had a long flight yesterday, I, for the heck of it, tried to make myself be a member of the College Football Playoff Committee. I just started doodling as to how I would rank them. Who's in? Who's out? You know, Mark, are we really going to keep these 3-loss SEC teams out? You know, one of them named, wait for it,
Alabama.
There we go. And, of course, there's a little caveat that happened. Apparently, Texas's quarterback, Quinn Ewers, got hurt against Kentucky. They're taking an MRI of his ankle. They don't know what his status will be for Texas A&M. And I think there are a few folks in Tallahassee that are just curious. So do the same rules apply to Texas that apply to Florida State if he can't go?
Well, you see, in Texas, they have a Manning backing up Quinn Ewers.
Oh.
And that would make a slight difference in how you perceive the backup quarterback situation.
Gotcha. Okay. Some people are just wondering. That's
Fair
all.
question.
It seemed apples to apples, but maybe it is apples to oranges after all. It is an overreaction Monday. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You are freezing up this morning with your camera.
Huh. Do you want me to jump out and jump back in?
We don't have time. We've only got a minute.
How about the audio?
Audio's fine.
Okay, well, that's really all that counts.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. It also happens to be the final Monday of November, the Monday before Thanksgiving. We will be off Thanksgiving and Black Friday. Best ofs Miller and Moulton on those days. If you need the fix, and for that we appreciate it, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Kevin Brockway, who covers the Gators, will join us next hour. How about them Gators, huh? Man, what if they had gone for 2 in Knoxville? All right, well, just let's enjoy what they've done the last 2 weeks, beating ranked teams and, getting back in the college football landscape again. Good for them. They even got a few votes in the AP and the coaches poll. So good for the Gators. Speaking of college football polls, Mark.
Okay.
So you're the committee. How would you rank? You could do this one of 2 ways. You could rank them right now, like they're going to do tomorrow night, or you could tell me how you think we're going to end up. Whichever way you want to go.
Well, I'll rank them right now because after last Saturday, there's no way I'm going to start projecting how I think it's going to go with rivalry week upon us and all the things that could happen.
Okay.
But I have no problem with the top 6. I wouldn't change anything about it.
Okay. For those that don't know, the AP and coaches polls came out yesterday. Their top 6 was Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, in that order. One poll had Miami 7, the other poll had Tennessee 7, and then just flip.
So if you take Tennessee and Miami at 7 and 8,
that
would then give you what? Oregon's your 1, Texas is your 2,
right?
Miami is your 3,
correct.
And right now it looks like Boise is your 4.
Don't see how it can't be with all the upsets that took place in the Big 12, and Boise State was ahead of everyone in the Big 12 before Saturday, and the top teams in the Big 12 lost except for Arizona State, but Arizona State was what, 21st or something like that?
Right. They went from 21 to 14 in the AP poll.
Right. But that's still behind Boise, who's at like 11 or 12, right?
That is correct. Boise's at 11.
And now you wonder, with whatever the Big 12 title game is going to be and their scenarios, there are technically 7 teams still alive for the Big 12 championship game in an absolute crazy confluence of events. But if it ends up in a 4-way tie between the top 4 teams in the conference as of today, I believe the Big 12 title game is Arizona State, Iowa State.
That is ratings gold right there. People will line up to watch that game. What do you think a ticket on the secondary market will go for Arizona State, Iowa State? Do you think you can get into that game for less than $10?
I do. In fact, I think you could probably do 4 for 30 if you drive a hard bargain. In fact, I'm pretty sure you could pay more. If you and I tried to go to the game, we'd pay more for parking than we would for our 2 tickets combined.
So it looks like Boise's going to be the 4, and the winner of the Big 12 game, that will end up being the 5 seed, right?
No, the 12.
The 12
right. Well, you tell me, would you rank the Big 12 champion ahead of Indiana or behind them? Would you rank the Big 12 champion ahead of the ACC runner-up? Like today, the leader of the Big 12, which I think we have to say is Arizona State, they would be the 12 because SMU, the second-place team in the ACC, or the second-ranked team in the ACC, is ahead of them.
Right, they're 8-9. Miami and SMU in the AP, 7-9 in the coaches.
Right. But if you were doing your poll tomorrow, Indiana, where are you going to put them? You said you like the top 6. Let's just go. You're going Miami, Tennessee, I'm assuming SMU, some combination of those 3. Yes. So now we're at number 10.
David, I'd rank Boise ahead of Indiana.
Okay.
I would.
So you're putting Boise at 10, and you're putting Indiana at 11?
Yes.
Okay.
So Indiana might end up being the 12 seed, depending on the Arizona State, Iowa State outcome, if it ends up being that way.
And then are you moving Arizona State with 2 losses, leader of the Big 12, all the way up to 12? Or are you going to start – because there's many reasons why I asked this. But the interesting question for the committee is going to be, so when do you start working the 3-loss SEC teams into the equation?
Like in the AP poll, David, Clemson's 1 spot ahead of Alabama. That's significant.
Especially since they got a real game this weekend. I mean, there are people that are saying that the committee needs to open their eyes to the prospect of what if South Carolina beats Clemson?
I think they open their eyes up if Clemson happens to beat South Carolina as well, David.
Yeah, I know. So, but that's, we said last week there were like 3 or 4 key things we're wondering for the committee. Here is a legitimate question for the committee. When do you start working? And we know the first 3-loss SEC team they're going to work into the equation. Come on. It's Alabama. Where do you put Alabama? Where do you put them? And it's significant. It is. Also, how far down are you going to drop A&M? Because Alabama's hosting Auburn. And I know Auburn just beat A&M at Jordan-Hare. But, the likelihood is Alabama is going to beat Auburn at Bryant-Denny. Well, A&M's got Texas. They were 15th heading into last Saturday, and they lost in 3-4 overtimes there. How far are you going to drop them? Because if you drop them, and then they knock off the number 3 team in your poll, how far can you raise them? Oh, by the way, and if they win, they're in the SEC championship game.
Yeah, put it this way, David. Here, when I'm looking at the polls, there's a couple of things. One, Tulane's 2 spots in the AP poll ahead of A&M. There's no way the committee is going to have A&M behind Tulane.
Well, certainly, and if A&M beats Texas, they won't be behind Tulane.
I don't think they'll be behind them tomorrow.
Okay, maybe not.
To your earlier point, David, you can't move them up as far as you need to move them up if you're going to put them at 20.
Right. So I think there's a chance A&M falls very few spots tomorrow, like no more than 2, from 15 to 17 even.
And I'm fine with that. They lost a 4 overtime game, came back from 21-0 down.
And DC in our Twitch chat room said, so you're saying A&M's going to lose to Auburn and beat Texas? Absolutely. First off, DC, I've said A&M's beaten Texas since April. I mean, this is the take years off your life. This is what this means to A&M. Never mind the fact they get a chance to do something they've never done before. They've never played in an SEC championship game. They've only been in the conference since 2012. Johnny Manziel never took them to an SEC title game. That 1 year, Kellen Mond had them ranked 5th in the country. They lost to Bama. Bama represented the West. They didn't go. This is a BFD. By the way, minimum $600 to get in a Kyle Field right now. Minimum $600. It'll go up.
And that'll be what, 100,000 plus at that game?
Yeah. Yeah. Stadium sways. I'm telling you, when they start going side to side, the stadium moves. It feels like the old Orange Bowl in which you go, I'll be damned. We're moving. I know we're moving. It's cool. So where are you putting Alabama? You going to put Clemson ahead of them?
I'm going to put Clemson ahead of them.
Okay. So we're going Indiana 11.
Indiana
Clemson
11.
12.
Alabama 13.
Now you putting Bama ahead of Arizona State?
I would.
Okay. So you got Bama at 13. All right.
And I've got A&M a little higher than where they'd be ranked right now. They're 20th. I'd have them 18th. I'd have them ahead of Tulane. For what it's worth. 21,000 is the text line, 21000. If you've not texted the show in quite a while, you need to text the keyword Miller to 21,000. Then you can text as much or as little as you would like. David, we got a question on the text line a little earlier that said, is Penn State an actual contender for once, or this just a facade? They barely beat Minnesota, but you were there live in person. You've seen Penn State a couple of times. What are your thoughts on the Nittany Lions?
They're a good to very good team. They're not a great team. They have no explosiveness at wide receiver. And outside of their defensive front, okay, which is excellent, you can do things against that defense. So they're a good to very good team. They are. I think they're going to win, and they're going to host a playoff game. But, they're like the NFL team that we go, yeah, they're a playoff team. They may win a game, but then that's it.
So right now, for the teams that are going to get buys, it's the loser of the Big Ten title game is going to get a bye.
Probably the 5 seed, yes.
Notre Dame and Penn State will be right there in the 6-7 area. In Georgia, the 8 now? Is that what we're looking at?
Well, once again, we're doing this as of today, correct?
Yes.
We're not projecting forward. So, yes, I think we're seeing Oregon, Texas, Miami, Boise as the top 4 seeds based on rankings. Ohio State, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia would be the teams hosting first-round games. And then 9 through 12 would be Tennessee, right?
Right.
Now, then it's who you put in 10, 11, Indiana or SMU?
I'd have SMU ahead of Indiana.
Okay, so SMU the 10, Indiana the 11, and right now I think we're saying Arizona State is the leader in the clubhouse of the Big 12. They would be the 12 seed. So we think that tomorrow night you're going to have Ohio State hosting Arizona State in a 5-12, Texas hosting Indiana. Or no, I'm sorry, not Texas. Penn State hosting Indiana. Notre Dame hosting SMU. And Georgia hosting Tennessee is how it'll look tomorrow night. Obviously, subject to change.
Correct. And it will change.
Yeah.
But that's how we see it for tomorrow night when the College Playoff Committee has their television show. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Kevin Brockway in a little over an hour to talk about the Gators' resurgence. Back-to-back wins over ranked teams. That hasn't happened in a while. Certainly hasn't happened under Billy Napier. Gators are going bowling as they get ready for the Knolls in Tallahassee on Saturday. All right, we went through. Yeah.
Oh, you talked about the Gators, David. We got a text there during the break. Florida Gators, 25 playoff contenders, most likely. And 26 national championship contenders. See what's just happened in the last 2 weeks, David?
Yeah. Hope. Winning and hope.
Yes.
All at the same time.
Love it. Love it.
So we just went through the college, polls, what we think they're going to be. Now, obviously, they're going to change. First off, we've got games this weekend because before we get back to the NFL, I think we did this exercise last week where we said, hey, if so-and-so loses, are they out? Well, Alabama lost. That's 3. The thought right now is they're out. Ole Miss lost. That's 3. They're out. The Big 12 teams that now lost and look as if they're going to need some help to get into the Big 12 title game. If they don't get into the Big 12 title game, they're out. Okay. Let me ask you this. Notre Dame loses to USC. They out?
I don't think so. Not anymore.
So that's how disruptive this past Saturday was. You think now there's room for Notre Dame, who's playing really well right now. I mean, now their schedule, since they lost to Northern Illinois, has not been a murderer's row, but hey, it's their schedule. It kind of fell apart on them, to be honest with you. It looked a hell of a lot better at the beginning of the year, but they just humiliated a top 20 team in the country, whether they should have been a top 20 team or not. Hey, they just humiliated a top 20 team in the country. Got to give them credit. So you think Notre Dame can lose at USC?
Let me ask you, which team from Indiana gets in? The 11-1 Indiana Hoosiers having beaten nobody, or the 10-2 Notre Dame Fighting Irish? Who gets in? Just between those two. If that's the 12 seed or the 11 seed, or however you want to spin this, David, who gets in?
Notre Dame.
Thank you.
For 2 reasons. First off, I believe you said their name is Notre Dame.
I did.
Okay. And secondly, Indiana didn't play USC. Now, that doesn't sound like much, but it's a middle-of-the-road conference team. If USC were to beat Notre Dame, by the way, they'd finish the year 7-5. Also, Notre Dame beat A&M. By the way, if you're a Notre Dame fan, you got to root for A&M against Texas.
Hard.
Because they beat Texas. They're in the SEC championship game. And think about it. You would have gone to Kyle Field and done what Texas couldn't. Think about that. A&M beats Texas. Texas is 10-2. Let's just say you lose to USC. Notre Dame's 10-2 or Texas is 10-2. Don't you have to put Notre Dame in?
One common opponent.
Same location, too. You beat them, they lost. Next. I mean, Texas's schedule is not impressive.
I think everything that happened over the weekend, Notre Dame's in, David. No matter what.
Well, don't tell us at CBS that. We're billing it as like a playoff game, a play-in game for Notre Dame on Saturday.
Bill it however you want.
Oh, by the way, first time CBS is televising Notre Dame USC since 1989. Hello. Is Penn State in with a loss? Once again, you do? Listen, I like Penn State. I cut my teeth in broadcasting covering Penn State football in my early 20s. I've always had an affinity for Penn State. Growing up in the Northeast, I saw Notre Dame and Penn State football all the time on TV. That was really all I saw. But what's Penn State's best win? At USC in overtime?
Or at Wisconsin, one or the other.
They won at Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Okay. So at USC, at Wisconsin, at West Virginia. Which is not a great win anymore, but
it's not a horrible win. West Virginia 6-5, they're bowl eligible.
Exactly. Right.
When there are a lot of teams who have struggled to have even mediocre wins.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Penn State is in.
So you think they're now in? By the way, don't they play you guys?
No, they play Maryland.
So you think they can lose to Maryland and get in?
I do.
Wow. Because this is exactly what the SEC is hoping for.
Oh, I know.
I mean, the SEC is then going to make the argument, look at our conference, look at the games we had to play, look at their conference in Penn State's case, look at Notre Dame's schedule, blah, blah, blah. Wow. That's a lot of wiggle room. That's how crazy Saturday was. If you believe deep down that Notre Dame and Penn State are in today with a loss, they'll lose hosting a game, but they'll still be in. Wow. That's something.
10-2 Penn State, 11-1 Indiana. Who goes?
I said it earlier. Notre Dame. Oh, Penn State.
Penn State.
Indiana, because they finished ahead of them in the conference standings. They'll finish third, and Penn State will finish fourth.
All right. Name recognition does nothing there?
A little bit, but I just think it's difficult when you're in a conference and you have the standings right there to take a team that's ahead of another team in the conference.
Unbalanced schedules. One team played Ohio State right to the end. The other one got their doors blown off in the second half.
I know that. I know. Listen, people who cover college football in the South, who at 6 o'clock were like, Indiana's out. By 11 o'clock Saturday night, they all feel Indiana's in. That's how much the SEC took out the SEC Saturday night.
Jaden Milroe just threw another pick.
By the way, nice effort by him to tackle that guy in the pick six, too. What was that? Dude, this isn't soccer. That's how you tackle someone in soccer. See, this is football, not football. Oof, it was a bad look.
As if losing to Oklahoma wasn't bad enough look already.
No. Listen, they were going to lose, but that call in the early fourth quarter to take that touchdown off the board for Alabama, there's literally not a single official in the country that is agreeing with that call. He called like an illegal formation. There's no one who says that's an illegal formation. Took a touchdown off the board. We got to figure out a way to correct these mistakes. I'm sorry.
Well, then, was it last night on the fumble that wasn't called a fumble? They ran a play and still allowed the challenge flag to come out, which I thought was wild.
Right. And then, they
got it right.
Right.
But strange nonetheless.
Miller and Moulton. Well, it's the game we play every Monday. All right. Mark hates it, but we're playing it. if the playoffs were to begin today in the National Football League.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For more than 22 years, Jason and Todd have celebrated Thanksgiving weekend with the Diamond District family. This year, they're kicking off the holidays with luxury, and it starts with free silver and gold bars and coins. With any purchase of $900 or more, Jason and Todd will give you gold and silver bars and coins, depending on how much you spend. Jason and Todd will be in the store all weekend to ensure you receive the best buying experience at the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Empire, we brought that up earlier. Mark believes that yes, but Texas has an arch. Well, Empire, I mean, there were so many losses this weekend. Where are you going to put Bama? Feeney, Mark says not quite SEC Billy yet, just bowl game Billy. We'll see, Sonny, but if I had to guess, yes. Right now, you would have to bet that Tennessee's going to have to play up north.
Unless they play Georgia again. And I want to see how much they're going to avoid some of that stuff.
Well, think about it. Penn State could host Indiana. The two didn't play this year. Texas could host SMU. Let's just say Texas gets to the SEC championship and Georgia beats them. And they give Texas a home game. And Miami beats SMU for the ACC title. What do you say? Texas hosts SMU? Penn State hosts Indiana?
I hate that for what it's worth.
Did they really, Pius? Thank goodness I'm not going through Charlotte. We'll see, Sonny. I think Georgia's going to have a home game when the polls come out tomorrow night.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Kevin Brockway 1 hour from now to talk about the Gators' resurgence on this Overreaction Monday. Final Monday of November, the Monday before Thanksgiving. Thanks so much for being with us. Hey, before we move to the NFL, just one more thing. And it's not just because, I was there and witnessed it. Were you watching Penn State, Minnesota with 5 minutes to go?
With 5 minutes to go, I was not. I was listening to it. I was going out to dinner. It was my anniversary weekend. The wife and I were going out to dinner Saturday night. And I know that I was listening to it because we sat in the parking lot of the restaurant we were going to. We were there about 10 minutes early. And I listened until basically there wasn't a game anymore. And fortunately, when I got there, the guy at the table next to me had his phone propped up and was at a really nice restaurant, had his phone propped up and was watching the game at a 6-top table.
It's probably his anniversary too. But I mention it because if by chance you weren't watching, and I'm guessing most of you weren't, so it's a 1-point game. Penn State with the lead. They get the ball with 6 minutes to go. They run 3 plays. The third down play is a 3rd and 9. Drew Aller, their quarterback, scrambles for 7 yards, setting up a 4th and a short 2 because it was just inside 2 full yards, about 1.5 yards. But they're on their own 33-yard line. 4.5 minutes to go in the game, 1-point lead. You got to punt. James Franklin called a fake punt.
Yep.
Now, can we think about this big picture? That was his job. He's losing his job if that play doesn't work. That play doesn't work. Minnesota takes over. They're in field goal range. Their kicker can make it from right there. Never mind however many yards they get. But if that fake punt doesn't work and Penn State loses, James Franklin is not going to be the Penn State football coach next year. Is he? Am I talking out of school here?
I don't think that you are, David.
He put his job, he put their season on that fake punt. And Gary and Brad were joking during the broadcast earlier in the game. I forget which coach or which team, but Gary said to Brad, you're doing basketball raftery soon, aren't you? What is it that he says? And
Yeah.
Brad goes, onions. And Gary goes, yeah, we just had some of that. So Gary turns to Brad after that fake punt call and said, is that onions? And Brad says, that's more like grapefruits. This is live on the air, mind you. But I mean, seriously, 4th and 1.5 yards on your own 33, 4.5 minutes to go in a 1-point game. You lose, you're out. You lose, they're getting rid of you.
And they don't talk about that things like that on the home broadcast, but I happen to be listening to the Penn State broadcast, and they were going bananas. Praising Franklin after the play, obviously.
Well, because it worked.
You got that right.
And it worked in a big way. He ran for like 35 yards. But, I mean, listen, I got a lot of responsibilities, a lot of things I'm looking for in the booth. I am always on the alert for a fake kick. Always. Never crossed my mind. Never. Now, I will say there was a linebacker from Minnesota who right before the snap was acting in a way in which I kind of got the sense that he thought something was up. But, I mean, come on, Mark. Were you thinking fake punt here?
No. Pin him deep.
Yeah.
Get 3 out. Get one more crack at this thing.
Yeah. Got your defense with the pass rushers and what have you. And, come on, you can stop them. They're Minnesota, for goodness sakes, right? Fake punt. Forget their season. I'm telling you, he's getting fired if that doesn't work. He is not coaching them next year. That's as fill in the blank with whatever you want the descriptive word to be. Call of the year so far, I think, in college football.
I don't think that you're that far off, David, because like you said, everything that's on the line there, they're out of the playoff. He could be out of a job, and Penn State loses to Minnesota if he doesn't convert on that fake punt.
And at the time, Indiana's just gotten whacked by Ohio State, and Penn State's clinging to the third and final playoff spot that the Big Ten's going to get. I mean, because it's still Saturday afternoon, if you will. Saturday afternoon was Big Ten Armageddon. Saturday night was SEC Armageddon. All right. I just
one quick thing before you get to what you want to do, because you do it every week, and we all know it's coming.
Sorry.
We have poll questions to get to this week. We've got important poll questions. We had a poll question about the Rays on Friday that garnered like 65 votes. We have wasted nearly half a show to get a big poll question up today. A Thanksgiving week poll question.
Fantastic.
What do you say we go white meat, dark meat?
Oh, I'm loving where you're going. We're doing Thanksgiving poll questions all week?
Yes, absolutely.
Great. We'll get a lot of response. People will be happy. This will be great. Fantastic.
All right. Now do your playoff thing.
Okay, so that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, it'll be up soon enough. Okay, white meat, dark meat, your preference on Thanksgiving. So, the teams aren't changing. The only thing that's changing is the question, well, can anybody catch these 7 teams? Obviously, the Chiefs still with a 1-game lead over the Bills. The Steelers, probably going to cost them a top 2 seed. That loss on Thursday to the Browns, but they're the 3 seed right now. And the Texans, despite losing 4 out of 6 at 7-5, they're the 4 seed. Now the Chargers and Ravens tonight are playing for who's the 5. Chargers are 7-3. Ravens are 7-4. And then Denver's at 7-5. Those are the only 7 teams in the AFC with a winning record. So it's real easy to know who the playoff teams are and who's seeded where. Okay. Miami is 5-6. They're a game and a half behind Denver. Only 1 game behind them in the loss column. The Colts are 5-7, 2 full games back of both the Broncos and the Texans, and seem to be going nowhere fast with Anthony Richardson. We'll see. But Miami, one of the games on their schedule marked the rest of the way in which we went, boy, I don't know, was a home game against the Niners. How does that game look now?
Not nearly as daunting as it did a few weeks ago. As banged up as the Niners are, I don't know when they're going to get healthy, David.
How do those 2 games against the Jets look the rest of the way?
Very doable.
Especially since the word is Aaron Rodgers is going on the injured list and they're going to play Tyrod Taylor for the rest of the year. Now, they go to Green Bay Thanksgiving night. I mean, that's probably a loss. So they may have to run the table the rest of the way. They fall to 5-7, they probably got to run the table. But those games are the Jets twice, San Francisco at home. They got a road game at Cleveland, and I forget the other game.
My apologies. I don't have their schedule up in front of me.
I don't either. NFC getting interesting in this sense. Unless somebody overtakes the Lions in the NFC North and the Vikings are just a game back and Green Bay's 2 games back, the top 2 seeds in the NFC look locked in. It looks like Detroit, Philly are the 1-2.
At Houston, by the way, is the other game for Miami.
Oh, another one that doesn't look nearly, the Texans and the Niners falling apart here. I mean, this schedule, which looked pretty damn daunting 3-4 weeks ago, like, oh, the Dolphins are out. Really? We sure? Seattle, by the way, is technically the 3 seed in the NFC. Atlanta's the 4, even though they're both 6-5. Why? Seattle went to Atlanta and beat them. Minnesota, Green Bay, you're 5-6. Your Commanders lost 3 straight. They're 7-5. They're a half a game ahead of Arizona for the final playoff spot. Now, they beat Arizona in the desert. So they own the tiebreaker against Arizona. You know who they don't own the tiebreaker against?
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers,
who are a game back in the loss column. Now, they're a game and a half back at 5-6, but they're a game back in the loss column. And week 1, Tampa Bay beat Washington. Right now, $20. Commanders going to make the playoffs? Schedule's favorable, but then again, they just had a home game against the Cowboys, and they blew it.
David, they're going to have to win in Dallas the last game of the year to make the playoffs.
$20. They're going to make the playoffs?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So 8 teams with winning records in the NFC because of Arizona. And the Bucks, like the Dolphins, lurking at 5-6. Lurking. Can they both keep it going? Bucks with a very favorable schedule. Dolphins, that's going to get tougher than it's been, but still doable. So that's if the playoffs started today, Mark.
Dun, dun, dun. Sorry. Just felt like it needed something.
Pretty clear cut in the AFC. Only 7 teams with a winning record. Getting a little interesting for the 7 seed in the NFC, though. You've got not only the second place team in the NFC West, but you got the Tampa Bay Bucks looming. Remember, Bucks have done this recently. They were 4-7 last year, won 5 of their last 6 to win the division. Brady and the boys won the 8-9 tiebreaker 2 years ago to win the division. Boy, does Baker Mayfield look good, doesn't he?
He looks great, and it's so fun to watch him play. I mean, I enjoy watching the Bucks. I enjoy watching Baker's antics, if you will. They are, when they're on, they're a fun team, David.
And, the Bucks have not been a fun team for most of their history. They've been a team based on defense. The Bucks, I mean, really, until Brady showed up, how many times did you think the Bucks play a really entertaining style? You had to appreciate defense to be a Bucks fan, right?
Absolutely.
Meaning their Selman heydays of the late 70s, early 80s, obviously Dungy and Gruden, late 90s into the 2000s. I mean, they had the 4 Hall of Famers on defense. Even when they were on offense, who was it? It was Mike Allstott.
Still maybe the Bucks' favorite offensive player of all time.
Right.
To the fan base.
So.
But I think the Bucks to me are a fun team to watch with Evans.
I agree.
Now, and with Baker just improvising from time to time. The Tommy Cutlett celebration was glorious.
I loved it. He said he did it as an ode to Tommy. Now, do you believe that, or do you think he was taunting? He said he met Tommy at the Super Bowl last year, thought he was a great guy. They had fun together. Okay. He had a lot of swag. Okay. And that he just really liked being around him. And he said, I wasn't thinking about doing it beforehand. It just came to me.
Yeah, I thought it was taunting.
Okay.
I mean, that's the way I took it.
I loved it. I did. I'm a Giants fan, and I loved it. But you know me, Mark. I love the walk, guys. I do.
And Baker is certainly one of those guys. But Bucky Irvin had a game yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
They may have found a little something there.
It's the second year in a row, right? First it was finding Rashad White when they were giving the ball to somebody else. Now it's Bucky Irving when they started giving the ball to Rashad White.
And Bucky Irving catching it out of the backfield as well now, so they're using him the same way they were using White. Because earlier in the season, it was like Bucky Irving's in, he's going to run. Rashad White's in, they're going to dish it out.
Right.
Now they're mixing it up a little bit more, which obviously will keep defenses off base a little bit and makes a lot of sense. So it's great to see that Bucky Irving is doing a good job catching it out of the backfield as well.
So there you go. That wasn't too painful, was it?
No, it never is.
Really?
Week 6 it is, okay? Week 6 it is.
So now that we're approaching the teens, it's okay? It's tolerable?
Okay. Yes.
I think it's just because you're thinking about the Thanksgiving meal. I think everything is going to be good for you this week. You love Thanksgiving so damn much.
It's a great holiday. It really is. We eat, we watch football. You don't have to buy anything for anybody. It's glorious. Miller and Moulton.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's hour 3 of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Is the overreaction part of Overreaction Monday, Mark, that the SEC will only get 3 teams?
Yes.
So you're saying that's an overreaction, that's not a fact?
I don't believe it to be a fact yet. David, after what happened Saturday, I'm not ready to lock any conference into X number of teams. The ACC had a really good day Saturday.
Boy, did they ever.
Really good day.
Did they ever. Did they ever.
And Tim Brando's fly in the ointment could be Clemson pounding South Carolina on Saturday, because that would change things immensely.
Do they have to pound them? What if they just win? What if they just win? Would we dare consider the ACC for 3 bids? Or let me ask you this. If Clemson beats South Carolina, do you think it locks the, and we assume Miami and SMU both win this week, which is, no safe assumption, but let's just do it for argument's sake. So they're going to meet in the ACC title game, right? SMU and Miami, both 11-1?
Right.
If they both win. Could it be the ACC is definitely at 2, but the 2 is going to be the ACC champion in Clemson? And the loser of the ACC title game is out?
Wow.
Well, because I don't think either Miami or SMU has played Clemson this year.
No, they haven't.
I don't think, right. We don't have that head-to-head argument. I mean, none of these 3 teams have played each other, which is 2024 in a nutshell. Also, this unbalanced scheduling, these huge conferences. I mean, think about that. The top 3 teams in the ACC have not played each other and are not going to play each other unless they get to a conference championship game. But, I mean, that'll be a 10-2 Clemson, right?
Yes.
And the South Carolina wins are a solid win if they get it. I mean, that's a top 20 team when they beat them, if they beat them.
If they beat them.
Right, if they beat them. So, just wondering. I mean, also, we talk about schools with names. Mark, we're playing the name and the reputation game. Miami beats SMU for the ACC title. The committee decides they want to give the ACC 2 bids. SMU or Clemson, who gets it?
I think SMU will get it, David, and I know exactly what you're getting at, and you may end up being right, but you and I have been pretty much in line for the past few weeks that they are not going to take a team out for losing the conference championship game.
In the Big Ten and SEC, we said.
Right. Will they do it in the ACC?
Exactly.
And I don't think that they will, David. I don't.
Okay. All right. Now, you do know the scenario that I'm begging for, absolutely begging for to happen.
A&M to beat Texas and then A&M to lose the SEC championship game?
I would max out a credit card. I really would. That's how much I would donate to have this happen. Because Texas A&M has 3 losses, which means they'd have 4. But they will have been in the SEC championship game. And by the way, very few of you have disagreed with us over the last 3 weeks when we've said, if you make the Big Ten and SEC championship games, you're guaranteed a spot in the playoff. It's just a matter of where you're going to be seated. I mean, there's way too much money on the line. Greg Sankey will lose his mind. He will. He will unravel on live TV if the SEC. No, seriously.
Because I know you're right.
He will. I mean, this will be, the Democratic Republican operative when their candidate loses on election night, losing their mind. I mean, Greg Sankey will lose his mind if a team in his conference championship game does not make the playoff. And he'll have to. He'll have to. The entire SEC championship game will now be at stake. That's a lot of money. That's a big deal.
It's the only reason they're playing these games going forward, because they serve no purpose otherwise. Unless somehow a 4-loss team, 2 non-conference losses, gets its way into a conference championship and wins to get to the playoff. But these games are largely meaningless now.
The other thing that's going to happen in future years, it's not happening yet this year and won't next year. Miller and Moulton are convinced that the second weekend of December is not going to remain just an Army-Navy weekend. A little known fact, the NFL by federal law cannot play the second Saturday of December. I have no idea.
Federal law.
By federal law.
Not making this up. It sounds like it, and it seems like it, but it's a fact.
Why is the NFL waiting until the third Saturday in December? Because they legally have to. So if you're college football and you're running the show, can you really allow the second Saturday in December? Listen, you all know by listening to the show, it's my favorite game of the year. I cry every year, at least once. I'm going to cry again this year in our nation's capital. I love Army-Navy. But if you're running college football, are you really not going to play playoff games the second Saturday of December when you can't have the NFL as competition? You're going to wait till the next Saturday when the NFL, by the way, they really took it easy on you. Who is it they scheduled that Saturday? Aren't like the Chiefs and Steelers involved? And I mean, they scheduled like 4 of their best high-profile teams for December 21st there.
Yeah, David, they really took it easy on college football.
Right. They said, no, we'll give you the day. We'll just put like a couple games on NFL Network. Not.
Texans, Chiefs, Steelers, Ravens.
Right. There you go. Mahomes and the best rivalry in the game. Oh, by the way, they're both on network TV. That's not on Paramount or Peacock. No. That's on network TV. That's how the NFL responded to, they took it, they got offended that the college football is playing playoff games on that Saturday.
Right.
So now
the NFL doesn't care about their free minor league system. They care about ruling the world.
Correct. So now let's go forward 2, 3, 4 years. You're college football. You're like, well, we got to play this second weekend of December. In fact, we may have to play a Friday night playoff game and then a noon, 4, and 8 o'clock games on that Saturday. That might be our first round. And just say to Army-Navy, hey, man, sorry. You weren't always a standalone game. You've had a good run here these last 15 years, but it's over. Good luck. Noon on CBS or 4 o'clock on CBS or whatever. We got to do our thing. The people that want to go to your game will go to your game. The people that want to watch your game will watch your game. But we got to do our thing. So now think about it. If you're now going to be playing playoff games 6 or 7 days after the conference championship games, those games can't be elimination games. Not in the Big Ten and the SEC. They're seeding games. First round bye or home. That's what those games have to be. Mark, it's bad enough that A&M's not even going to get a home game if they beat Texas and lose to Georgia in the SEC title game.
Oh, I want to see somehow, some way A&M beat Texas, lose to Georgia, and be left out.
At 9-4?
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
After Clemson beat South Carolina on Saturday. Be left out at the expense of Clemson. and 3 ACC schools.
Get ready for it, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be what Greg Sankey is lobbying for immediately after the Texas A&M game if A&M wins. Both our teams in the SEC championship have to be in the playoff. Have to. We're the best conference in the sport, blah, blah, blah. We all know what he's going to say. And by the way, he may not be wrong. I mean, best conference in the sport.
And it's not close.
No, it's the SEC. It's the best conference. It's far and away the deepest. But we said, and it hadn't happened, but we said, man, 18 teams, they may beat each other up. Or are they 16? 16. Man, they may beat each other up. Guess what? They beat each other up.
And Oklahoma, who's had a horrible year, but had talent, finally had one game where the team they played against imploded, and they didn't screw it up.
It was kind of embarrassing they stormed the field twice, though. I mean, come on, you're Oklahoma.
Not as embarrassing as what happened in the Arizona State game.
They stormed the field twice, too.
Right. But they had to take them off the field so they could finish the game with the Hail Mary.
Which was completed, but 3 yards short. I'll give it up to the BYU coach afterwards, because he was asked, he said, hey, come on, it's college football. Kids are excited. We got no problems with what happened. Okay, just it happens. It's part of our sport. He handled it really well. We all know a lot of coaches who would not have handled it that way in the post-game presser.
That is fact, David. There's no doubt. And particularly look at BYU, back-to-back losses, a lot of reasons to be upset.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the head coach of BYU, and you could have handled that very differently if you wanted to. And I don't think people would have given you a lot of grief if you would have handled it very differently.
But look at the difference. Florida, back-to-back upsets. They storm the field? No. Oklahoma beats Alabama. Storming the field like they're, what? K-State? Come on now.
Ooh. That's a shot right there.
Well, I just, that seriously, the fan base acted like they were a middle-of-the-pack Big 12 school. You're Oklahoma, for goodness sakes. You've won a few games before. Act like it. Hell, you won 10 last year. Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @DavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For more than 22 years, Jason and Todd have celebrated Thanksgiving weekend with the Diamond District family. This year, they're kicking off the holidays with luxury, and it starts with free silver and gold bars and coins. With any purchase of $900 or more, Jason and Todd will give you gold and silver bars and coins, depending on how much you spend. Jason and Todd will be in the store all weekend to ensure you receive the best buying experience at the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I know, Nick. Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
I rushed the field once. Freshman year when Michigan State beat Michigan.
Was it an upset?
Slightly. I'll never forget the three of us. I was with two of my buddies, and we ran out there. We got to center. We got to midfield, and then we looked at each other and go, "Now what? How do we get the hell out of here?" I bought a car in 45 minutes Saturday, David. I was out. I got there at 9 and was out at 9:42.
That's awesome.
That was fantastic. Now, I had been in there the day before, or a couple days prior, so he had a bunch of my paperwork, so he was already ahead of the game and got a lot of stuff done. But, God, that was great.
Yeah, and there's 7 teams apparently can get in the Big 12 title game, but they need help, and I don't know the help. I just know that if the top 4 teams of the Big 12 all win this week, it's Arizona State, Iowa State. Tell you what, though, Mark, this is the beginning of what you always said. I mean, you always said that the program out there that you thought could be a factor that isn't is Arizona State.
Arizona State plays Arizona. Colorado plays Oklahoma State. Iowa State plays K-State.
Yeah, that's the toughest one, I think, of the...
You're right. And BYU plays Houston.
By the way, UCF lost another one.
Uh-huh.
Where are they going to go, like 4-8? Something like that this year? Hmm.
Uh, 2-6 in conference, 4-8's looking highly likely.
Spitz, I think he should be.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
At 21 minutes past the hour, Kevin Brockway will join us in a little more than 15 minutes' time. He covers the Gators for a living. That beat got a lot more fun in the month of November, huh? September, October, not so much. November, a lot to be thankful for, right?
Covering the football team.
Yeah.
Basketball team's been interesting. Certainly an interesting beat, to say the least.
Fun, though. Fun. Not boring.
Not boring at all.
No. Gators beats right now, not boring. That could be a slogan, in fact. Gators athletics, not boring. Kevin Brockway in 15 minutes' time. So what's our over? Are the Niners done? Overreaction Monday. Niners, game out of first. In last place, though, because they have a 1-3 division record. They're 5-6. They've got a tough schedule. They got Buffalo, at Miami. They host Detroit, I think, second to last game of the year. Never mind the 2 division games they still have left. I mean, San Francisco's got very much a first-place schedule. Okay, are the Niners done? $20 right now.
No.
I say they are.
Support.
I say they're done. I'm betting right now they are missing the playoffs. How about that, by the way?
Won a lot of money making that bet before the season.
And there's stats out there that the loser of the Super Bowl does not do well the next year more times than not. And if you
there
think
was a
about
long run of that, David, of teams
Yes.
losing the Super Bowl who didn't make the playoffs the next year. That's ended in the past couple of years, but there was a long stretch of that.
And even those that made the playoffs got bounced in the first round. So, yes, Mark, there was a long stretch of teams that lost the Super Bowl, didn't even win a playoff game the next year. But, I mean, it's the Niners, right? 4 of the last 5 NFC championship games they've been in. I mean, at the beginning of the year, I mean, you and I took a lot of grief because, we said the Bills weren't going to make the playoffs. Could you imagine if we said the Niners weren't going to make the playoffs?
Picked the wrong team again.
Now, we both had Dallas missing the playoffs. That one we got right. But in terms of the big boy that we were concerned about, another reason why, come on, you were going to pick the Niners to make the playoffs. Look at the rest of the division. Come on.
And nothing's that great in that division, but the Niners are mediocre.
And they got the injury bug. And I think I've said this before. I was in my apprenticeship, if you will. Well, no, a little. I was maybe 4th year in the business. And I'm covering Giants training camp. And I get an interview with Theismann, who's there. And so, I'm trying to interview as many of the coaches and players as possible, but it's Joe Theismann. And so I asked him about the Giants. And the Giants had just won the Super Bowl. And the Giants had just had a 7-year run, Mark, where they were a contender all 7 years. Except for one strike season, they had won 10 or more games all 7 of those years. Made the playoffs like 5 times. We all know they'd won 2 Super Bowls, etc. And I remember asking him, so what do you think of the Giants this year? He goes, they're going to miss the playoffs. I'm like, miss the playoffs? What are you talking about? He goes, yeah. He says, first off, I think they're going to get old this year. And secondly, they've played a lot of football in the last 7 years. They've played a whole other season of football. He goes, I think it catches up to them. He says, I don't see the Giants having a winning record or making the playoffs. And I'll never forget at the end of the year when they went 8-8 and missed the playoffs, I went, I'll be damned. But nobody said that about the Niners this year.
No, it was next year that they were going to start getting old, if you know what I mean.
And they were going to start cutting guys. This was the last year.
Right.
Right. I mean, they didn't break up Debo and Ayuk this year. They actually kept them together. Thought is they're going to get rid of Debo after this year. Probably have to pay Purdy real soon because he enters the final year of his contract next year. How many of these guys can they keep? But this year, also, we have 7 playoff teams now, Mark. 7. The Niners aren't going to be one of 7? Seriously? In the NFC? Come on. Honestly, they would have drug tested us. People would have been like, you guys have lost your mind. You're going for clicks, aren't you? Are things that bad?
Miller and Moulton going for clicks.
But honestly, anybody, and I mean this, anybody pick the Niners to not make the playoffs this year. Chris Sims throws some of the wildest predictions out there. Okay? Anybody know anybody 2 months ago who said the Niners are going to miss the playoffs?
And they're going to have to get on a heater to make it.
Damn.
Because they're in last place. That 1-3 division record is going to haunt them.
I mean, going 4-2 the rest of the way and winning the 9-8 tiebreaker is going to be challenging. You figure the Niners have to win their 2 division games.
Well, that's a guarantee. Without that, they have no shot at making the playoffs to me, David.
But they still got, what, Buffalo, right? Miami? Detroit?
Yeah, this is not easy.
No, this is a schedule. Their schedule's actually backloaded. This isn't the Tampa Bay Bucks when we looked at their schedule and said, after their bye week, look out.
Now, they've got the Bears and the Dolphins. Let's just say they win those games.
Okay.
They win their 2 division games at home against the Rams, last game of the season at the Cardinals.
That's 9.
Almost seems they'd have to beat the Bills or Detroit to guarantee themselves a playoff spot.
I know they're hosting the Lions. They're at Buffalo, though.
They're at Buffalo this week.
This week, too. This week. Of all, once again, timing. They can't get the Bears this week when they really need to get the Bears this week. No, they got to go to Buffalo. Seriously, Purdy may not play. Trent Williams had missed the game. Bosa missed the game.
Trent Williams hasn't practiced in 2 weeks. He played last week without practicing at all. This week, didn't practice all week and didn't play.
I mean, they're falling apart on us. Seriously, the beginning of the year. Hey, I got a prediction for you. Yeah, really? What is it? The Commanders are going to make the playoffs. Oh, at the expense of who? The Niners. I mean,
been laughed off the air.
Yeah, don't you just call somebody and go, we have to adjust your medication. Now, Fly Panda said Manti Te'o, okay, and I don't even know who he works for.
NFL Radio.
Okay, he did say at the beginning of the year, he thought all these games he thought the Niners emotionally were going to have a tough time recovering from the Super Bowl loss. And he thought they were going to hit a wall this year. But I don't think he picked them to miss the playoffs, though. I think he just thought they weren't going to remain one of the elite teams in the NFC.
But now, I'm not counting them out yet, but if I had to bet, you're probably on the right side betting they don't make the playoffs, given what their schedule is and how that division already stacks up and the fact that they're 1-3 inside the division already. That's what's going to kill them.
I'm putting the E next to them right now, eliminated from the playoffs. They're done. Come on. They're going to lose this week. Bills had a bye also. Niners are going to stagger into Buffalo. And the Bills are going to be refreshed. They beat the Chiefs. They had a week off.
Which is big, because if you got them the week after the Chiefs, I'd give them much more of a punch or shot in that game. But we shall see. It's an overreaction Monday on Miller and Moulton. Taking a look at not only the NFL, but the NCAA and everything that's happened. Kevin Brockway to talk Gators. That's next. Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Dad at the Diamond District.
For more than 22 years, Jason and Todd have celebrated Thanksgiving weekend with the Diamond District family. This year, they're kicking off the holidays with luxury, and it starts with free silver and gold bars and coins. With any purchase of $900 or more, Jason and Todd will give you gold and silver bars and coins, depending on how much you spend. Jason and Todd will be in the store all weekend to ensure you receive the best buying experience at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see my text?
It's funny, Spitz. That's funny.
Did you see my text? I think there's someone at the back door wanting to bring gifts.
Are you on the microphone, David? No. That is funny, ambient. Kevin is all set.
Great.
And I'm really bummed out because you've been freezing. You were standing over in the corner. You froze. You came back, and it was just you in the back of the room standing there. It was absolutely fantastic.
Looked like I was plotting something.
Yes, exactly.
So what vehicle?
I bought a GMC Terrain. I leased it. The payments are not too awful. And I got a $15,000 a year lease, not a 10, because I drive too much. But right about $400 for those that need to know.
Okay.
It was a lease, so it was time to get rid of the truck.
Anything I can do to help, Ambient?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the Diamond District bonus hour at the top of the hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question today, white or dark meat? What do you prefer? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote accordingly. Kevin Brockway, longtime friend of the show. He covers the Gators for a living for the Gainesville Sun, and you can read his work, thanks to Gannett, all throughout newspapers in the state of Florida. You can find Kevin on X at Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin, David, and Mark, early happy Thanksgiving wish. How are you?
Good. Happy Thanksgiving to both of you guys.
All right. A little two-parter here. So, for how much access do you get to the football team before I ask you the second question? Like, how much access to practice, how much locker room access do you get?
No, I mean, we get pre-game, preseason a lot more than in season, but we talk to people.
Okay. So, when did you sense that, this might be turning around?
First bye week, I think, because they were still competitive even when they went up to Tennessee. They were in that game, and that was a top 10 team. And then obviously even Georgia, they were competitive before DJ Lagway. But, a lot happened. I think the DJ Lagway effect overall can't be understated, because obviously when you look back at the Texas game with Hayden Warner, that was kind of the mulligan, and that was maybe another low point, but now you can kind of write it off as, well, they had their third-string quarterback. He threw 2 picks early in that game, and that just wasn't the same team at Texas. So for the most part, I think that's, probably October. The defense got right in October. The unfortunate injury to Graham Mertz really opened the door for DJ Lagway, and he's taken the opportunity and really run with it.
Well, I thought against Ole Miss, Kevin, the thing that really impressed me the most, and I don't know where you are on this, is that Ole Miss to me had a defensive line that, they dominated against Georgia. They've dominated against a lot of teams, and the Florida offensive line was right there for the battle. How much of a surprise of that was to you?
Yeah, that started to turn too in October. I think both lines of scrimmage. You take a look at this Florida offensive line; they're among the leaders in the SEC in giving up the fewest sacks. Jake Slaughter is a very good pass protecting center. Austin Barber is kind of solidified now at left tackle. So that's another aspect, to a very unsung aspect of their team that's really improved. And I think that's really helped everything. The LSU game, DJ Lagway was untouched. And, Ole Miss, they had 3 sacks, a few holding penalties, but that's a pretty ferocious pass rush, leading the nation in sacks. And they managed to, keep Lagway for the most part from not, being avalanched on every play. And to Lagway's credit too, he did make a few big throws under duress in the first half that really kind of sparked the offense.
What's happened on defense? Is it just young guys growing up? Did the coordinator schematically figure something out? Because, they were a mess the first third of the season, and they're not a mess anymore.
Bye week, David probably simplified the scheme a little bit, made it easier. I thought in September the defense was kind of playing in quicksand because they were thinking too much and not reacting, and now this is a more reactive defense. And I think that's what's really helped, and they're playing a lot faster. They're anticipating things a lot better, and some of it had to do with the simplification of the scheme, and also maybe playing some different guys as well, and some guys, younger guys, Miles Graham, the freshman from Gainesville, who obviously, and your Ernest Graham's son is starting to come on at linebacker a little bit. He made a couple of big tackles on those 4th and 1 stops. So some younger guys also growing up. And it's amazing when you consider how beat up the secondary is. I mean, they're down their top 3 corners they withstood that passing attack. And Ole Miss dropped a lot of balls too, but, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Coaches always try to say we just keep the outside noise away from us. And I think that's damn near impossible, particularly with college athletes who spend enough time on social media to figure out what's being said about them and the team that they play for. But how much credit does Billy deserve for doing his best to keep the outside noise out and keep this team moving forward?
Yeah, I think the kids see things on social media. I think the coaches, because they're a different generation, and Billy talked about that, were more nose to the grindstone. I think that, it's just a matter of keeping things positive around the building, focusing on the task at hand. Billy Napier also had the line 1-day contract, which I thought was kind of interesting. Like, we're all on a 1-day contract here and earning the right to win. So there have been some different themes along the way that he's used that have obviously been successful and galvanized the team. I think it's, you can see it starting to turn, but to me, again, I get to the point too where we talked about earlier. It's both lines of scrimmage. It looks more like an SEC line of scrimmage every week in terms of the physicality and how they're playing on both sides of the ball.
Kevin Brockway, Gainesville Sun, Gannett Network throughout the state of Florida. You can follow him on X at Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin Brockway, Brockway G1. The guys like him, don't they, Napier? He's playing so many freshmen and sophomores that they're all his guys. They like him, don't they?
Yeah, and it's 90% his guys now, David, and that's, so I think the buy-in is probably there a little more, especially now that it's starting to turn and you're starting to get some success. The fact that it's his players, I think they understand the expectations, but they also know that he's going to be there for him, and trying to create that family atmosphere, which I know is a little cliche. All teams try to do it. But I think when you get the success that comes with it and the turn, the buy-in is there, and then, you start to see, really that max effort that you need to compete in day out. Now, they're still not a finished product yet, and they're still playing a lot of young guys, but you can see it turning a little bit. And, I think Scott Strickland even deserves some credit, giving him the vote of confidence when he did, because they seem to have responded to that very well. And it's certainly going to help recruiting, which is right around the corner as well. On December 4th, the class is starting to pick up too.
And it seems like we're just seeing the beginning, and maybe only 70% of DJ right now. He's still a little banged up. They're limited in what they're doing with him. This is just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, I thought DJ looked a little better this week than last week in terms of his mobility. He's able to scramble, get out of a few things here and there. But, the hamstring is still there. And DJ still has to, continue to develop as a thrower. He's got a golden arm. He's got a real knack for throwing the deep ball. And I think he showed, yesterday, in that Ole Miss game, the ability to throw under duress. But, continuing to read defenses, he has had some throws the last couple of weeks where, that have been almost picked, and again, Florida's starting to get some breaks too, but you make your own breaks there. But I think he, as he continues to get, the in-game experience, it's going to, continue to get better for him.
It's just coming together, isn't it? They got a young stud quarterback. He can't eligibility wise, he has to stay for 2 more years. He's married to the coach, loves the coach. The recruiting is coming together. I mean, the last 2 weeks have been nothing but good news. I mean, the guts of the team is returning. I mean, this is starting to come together, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting offseason, too, because I think the max this recruiting class can do is maybe top 15. It's still not going to be a top 5 class because of where they started and some of the, obviously negative momentum in September. But, David, I think it's going to be a big year in the transfer portal, too, and they're really going to have to fill some holes. One thing you could say about Billy Napier and his staff, they've had a really good knack with receivers in the transfer portal. Ricky Pearsall this year, Elijah Badger, and Shimmery DK. But, they lose both those guys. So I think that's where they're going to have to really replenish is at the receiver position during the offseason. But you got to give this staff the benefit of the doubt in terms of their ability to find receivers in the transfer portal that are effective and that are kind of diamonds in the rough a little bit.
If receivers the number one thing they've got to get out of the portal, is there a number 2 thing that's necessary? Because as you mentioned, the recruiting's good, not great. Is there an area that you think they'll also have to really be aggressive in the portal?
Yeah, I think defensive line, edge rushers, you got to continue to stock up there because there's a good collection of guys right now, but there's no real dominant guy, and you'd love to have that dominant pass rusher if you can get him as well. And I think just overall in the defense secondary is still, you want depth in the secondary too, when you look at all the injuries that happened this season. I think they're pretty good at running back, even though they're going to lose Montreal Johnson because Jaden Baugh is another young guy that's, and Jacoby Jackson and Trayon Webb will be coming back from injury. So I think they're pretty good there. They're good at tight end. But I think that, secondary, pass rush, and wide receiver will be 3, big areas of focus.
They do have to win Saturday, though, right? I mean, that would, for as glorious as the last 10 days have been, they can't suffer the indignity of losing Saturday, right?
Think, and this is interesting. I'm going to write about this, kind of another test of the team's maturity, right? Because they were double-digit underdogs last week. I mean, they were underdogs a week before against LSU. It's Thanksgiving week. It's a big rival, and you would think, obviously the motivation would be there because, Napier's 0-2 against FSU, but you're also coming in as a 13.5-point favorite. So how do they prepare? What's going to be their competitive maturity this week, to go on the road and kind of take care of business and finish the season on the positive note? They already have a bowl bid secured, but I think you'd like to get that 7th win to get to a more attractive bowl. And just kind of go from there. And also, the importance of the rivalry throughout the state is still it's Florida State. Obviously Florida State's down, but you want to kind of, kick them while they're down, so to speak.
Finally, from time to time, I know you have something to do with the hoops. Will you transition to hoops after football or no?
Yeah. I mean, I'm already there.
Okay.
I'm close to all your slides this month, so it's been kind of crazy.
Well, and we're just wondering, obviously the big, bombshell story 2-3 weeks ago from the student newspaper and nothing since. And it seems as if the Gator administration is ignoring it and just moving forward. I mean, is it strange being around the basketball program right now?
Todd's addressed it a few times. He's obviously mentioned the fact that he's, engaging with a defamation attorney, but that's all he's really saying. The players seem to be backing him. I think the investigation is ongoing, David, and, Florida, I think, obviously by their stance, certainly believes that, maybe that Todd is innocent, but we will see how the investigation unfolds for sure.
Kevin, thanks for your time. We said it earlier, but we'll do it again. Happy Thanksgiving, safe travels, and hopefully we can talk again soon.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin Brockway, covering the Gators for the Gainesville Sun, and they're owned by Gannett, so all that Gator stuff goes out to all the Gannett papers throughout the state and the Southeast. And you can follow Kevin on X at Kevin Brockway G1. Kevin Brockway G1.
You are right. I mean, everything, it's all for naught if they lose to Florida State. I know it's 6-6, but you can't lose that game.
No. No, you cannot. No. Mm-mm. But, I mean, if we had said at the beginning of the year, 7-5, Lagway will be starting the final month of the year, and he'll be everything that he was hyped to be. I mean, if you're a Gator fan, come on. You wouldn't have gotten greedier than that, would you have?
David, if I would have told a Gator fan that they were going to be a 15-point favorite against Florida State at the end of the year.
What's crazier? Niners are going to miss the playoffs, or the Gators are going to be a 15-point favorite in Tallahassee?
Right. Think about that. And what's happened for that game to turn out the way that it looks like it will be on paper? Man, oh man.
We were joking 2 months ago. We thought that game could be on the CW.
And thankfully for whose air is that's probably going to get the mothership, isn't it?
I don't know if it's the mothership or it's got a number or a letter next to it.
It's got a 2 next to it.
Yeah. But hey,
still,
that's a lot better than it was.
And all thanks to the resurgence of the Florida Gators.
Yep.
Getting it done in the latter half of this season. Impressive. Billy Napier winning fans over by the hour, by the minute.
You know what? That could be a poll question for next week, right? Is he still Sunbelt Billy? Is he SEC Billy? Or Mark's moniker for him, Bowl Game Billy?
Baby steps, kids. Baby steps. Got to walk before you can run, and the Gators are walking in the right direction right now. Take care of Florida State, win a bowl game, and things will start looking up and up for the 2025 season.
By the way, how about that decision not to go for 2 in Knoxville? How big is that looming both ways? Tennessee now in the playoffs. That was a big play that didn't happen.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, Spitz, I just looked. I saw 15, but maybe that's what the line was right after the game Saturday afternoon. I don't know. So we're lined up the next 2 days.
Okay.
Sampson, Kerwin, Perkins tomorrow, and Lee, Roy, Golish, Bud, Roto, Wednesday.
All right. Roto at 9.
Roto at 9. We're flipping Roy and Golish.
That's a busy show.
Yeah, 5 guests.
I would appreciate it if you write the Swamp Buggy and do it tomorrow, not Wednesday, if at all possible.
Apparently they have ads, but I was going to write it this afternoon.
Okay. I just Tuesday and Wednesday I've got to do a bunch of stuff for Chris because he doesn't take the show on the satellite.
Gotcha.
I've got to do every segment for him.
Well, I was going to do the Swamp Buggy right after the production meeting because I got to send it to them, let them approve it. And then this way I figured we'd just record it during the show tomorrow.
Perfect.
Is it too busy to record it before the show? Or do you want to record it after?
I'd rather do it after.
Okay.
If we have time, we can do it before.
I gotta check my flight. Time is my flight.
A battle between white meat and dark meat.
Really?
51-49.
Hot damn.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this Overreaction Monday, the final Monday of November, the Monday before Thanksgiving. We'll be off Thanksgiving and Black Friday. We'll have best of shows running in our place. And so we wish you all a happy Thanksgiving, albeit in advance. We've got 2 jam-packed shows the next couple days, having to jam 4 days worth of guests into 2. So shows will be busy. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin, Chris Perkins tomorrow. And then Lee Sterling will make his picks. Roy Cummings to talk about the Bucks. Alex Golish, the South Florida head coach. Bud Elliott, Dr. Roto. Jam-packed day before Thanksgiving, which, by the way, is tomorrow ends the 55 days of football,
Tomorrow's the last. There are games tomorrow, right?
I believe there are games tomorrow, but not Wednesday.
That's correct.
So we're at day 54 tonight. Ravens and Chargers. Does this interest you at all? It's 2 playoff teams. Never mind the whole brothers as head coaches thing.
Yes, it interests me a lot.
Okay.
I'm on the verge of doing something I haven't done in a long time.
Care to elaborate?
I'm 4-0 this week.
Yes, you are.
With the Chargers game looming, and I've got the Chargers +3. I
Yes,
need this game. Yes, I'm interested in this game. Are you kidding me?
How tempted are you to buy the hook? How much better would you feel at 3.5?
I'd feel a lot better. I really would.
But the line is 3, over-under's 50.5, so give or take that half point. Vegas is saying 27-24 Ravens. That's what surprised me. That Baltimore, coming off the loss to Pittsburgh, Chargers have been playing well. And this line opened with Baltimore a field goal favorite and hasn't moved. And I'm like, really? So you mean to tell me if they played in Baltimore, they'd be favored by more than a touchdown? Really? Seems like a lot to me. What am I missing? I thought this game would be pick 'em, Chargers -1. I really did. And as been pointed out in our Twitch chat room, Pi is saying, of course Mark's going to watch. It's his mistress. I mean,
it's the Chargers.
He's got to check her out before, settling down with the family for Thanksgiving.
Wonder if they're going to wear the powder blues tonight.
I hope so. I so hope so.
We did something as a group, David, we've not done a lot of this year. We all had winning weeks. You, me, and Lee. Now, the problem is that Lee also had his college game of the year. It wasn't part of his picks.
Right.
But Lee took one on the chin with his college game of the year. So Lee's not going to be happy this Wednesday.
No, he is not. No, he is not. But you're right. He did have a winning week.
He went 3-2. You went 3-2. I'm at 4-0. But as far as the NFL picks, you're running out of time, David.
Oh, I know.
Every game we differed on, I got this week.
Also, Lee had a really rough weekend. He lost his college football play of the year in 4 overtimes. And first time his daughter sang the anthem at a sporting event and the home team did not win. Because she sang the anthem in Chicago for the Bears-Vikings game. And they went down in overtime. I was crediting her with the late magic that the Bears were experiencing. I'm like, oh my goodness. She's going to go to 15-0, and this will be legendary.
Legendary.
And then, the Bears had to even, ruin her streak because they're the Bears.
And some people have asked on the text line, I still have not been to the grocery store to buy my daughter Pop-Tarts. I'm still failing as a father. My daughter's never had a Pop-Tart. It came to my attention last week, and I still have not gone to Publix to get her Pop-Tarts.
Well, you're going to go to the grocery store in the next 48 hours, though, right? You've got stuff
one last thing to get.
Right. Well, then you got to go.
Right.
Just buy them and put them in the house and just put them in a spot where she'll see them and then see whether or not she partakes.
Well, it could be a dream for my wife who makes her breakfast every morning. If the daughter jumps into the Pop-Tart world, it could be saving my wife a lot of time having to cook a warm breakfast every morning.
Wow.
Just stick a Pop-Tart in her mouth, throw it in the toaster. You can do that yourself.
You guys are really something with this cooking thing. You're really taking it to heart. Warm breakfast for the daughter every morning? Make your own bread and gravy and all that stuff? Wow. I don't get it, but okay. It sounds delightful, though. Really does. She sounds like a very lucky kid. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I eat my Pop-Tarts warm, sometimes I don't. I mean, you could tell your wife that, sometimes David heats up his Pop-Tarts.
Once in a while, David will toast a Pop-Tart when he wants a warm breakfast.
Right.
Otherwise, it's a cold Pop-Tart or something out of the refrigerator. You would have been proud of me, though, David. I know this isn't sports, a quick tangent, but you are a person who has said for many years, you don't care what time of day it is based on what meal you eat.
Correct.
You wake up in the morning, you feel like a chicken sandwich, you're going to have a chicken sandwich.
Yeah. Late last week, by the way, when I was back home, I had turkey and mashed potatoes during a commercial break.
And I finished the show on Friday, and it was, I got home about 10:30 and went right to lunch. So I had a Moulton moment. I'm like, I don't need breakfast. Let's have a taco for breakfast. It looks delicious.
Come on. What are you? Some breakfast menus are done at 10:30. Others are done at 11. If you're giving yourself credit for that, that's not much of a reach. I got to be honest. For you, maybe, but you go into a drive-through at that hour and, you say, is it breakfast or lunch? And they go both.
Is that like hitting the jackpot in your world, David, when you can get breakfast or lunch from a drive-through?
Oh, my goodness. I ordered the bacon, egg, cheese bagel and the quarter pounder with cheese. It's fantastic. Usually I have to wait a moment or two, but that's okay. Yeah, it's the best. Breakfast or lunch, both. Oh, excuse me while I have a moment.
And I'll order both while I'm here, won't I?
It's like I've just seen a picture of Elizabeth's shoe. Excuse me. All right. Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Mark
Is the
Miller.
overreaction that the Gators are back?
Back. Back.
Would that be a huge overreaction?
I think so.
We had a Gator fan texting that they will be a playoff contender next year, a national championship contender in 26.
Okay, playoff contender. Playoff contender. So mid-November of next year, the Gators will be top 15 in the country, according to the College Football Playoff Committee. That's what a playoff contender is.
Right. Will they be 9-2 at this point? Heading into the Florida State game.
Ooh.
That's a playoff contender, right?
I know.
Superimpose them with where Tennessee is at right now.
Oh, boy. So basically, heading into next season, we're going to look at Florida the way we looked at Ole Miss this year. I got the 2025 schedule right in front of me here. Now, they don't have dates associated with their SEC games, but their non-conference schedule next year is South Florida, the Canes, FAMU, the Noles. So it's all in state. South Florida, FAMU, Florida State, all at home at Miami. Miami's September 20th, by the way. Now, we know who the SEC opponents will be. Ready? Georgia, Mississippi State, Tennessee, Texas. Those are the home games. Yeah, I know. Tennessee, Texas.
Right.
Okay. And Florida State is home also. So, if you're a season ticket holder,
No, I wasn't. My groans were, that's difficult. That's
okay. I thought it sounded as if you didn't like the home schedule from a scheduling standpoint. I'm like,
no,
man,
I didn't like it from a winning game standpoint.
okay. So the quote unquote home games: Georgia, Mississippi State, Tennessee, Texas.
Yeah, there's
Road
one
game.
guaranteed win there.
Right. Road games: Kentucky, LSU, Ole Miss, A&M.
That's a hell of a schedule again. It's a hell of a schedule. Find 9 wins there. Find 10.
I mean, and I don't know, Gator fan. Come on now. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Not that you can't beat them, but rosters. We're just doing rosters. Your roster going to be as good as Georgia's?
No.
Your roster going to be as good as Texas?
No. Everything else, it's going to be really close.
Yeah, absolutely. In theory, you're in the ballpark. So
with A&M, with Tennessee, with
LSU,
right.
Yep. In theory, your roster, I don't know if Ole Miss can afford to do it again. I would argue in theory, your roster will be better than Ole Miss. They're not going to be able to, I think, to buy a better team than the one they just bought.
They'll have just as much money.
I guess. I mean, this is the danger in this day and age, though, Mark, with boosters, is you spend a ton of money and don't get it done. You sure the boosters shell out the same amount of money next year?
I think at Ole Miss they will. I really do. I think that that's a situation that people don't completely comprehend how much money's there.
Well, I agree with that, but this is a big disappointment. This was the most expectations for an Ole Miss team since the 60s. And they had to beat the Gators and Mississippi State to go to the playoffs and couldn't do it. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was today when. Some final thoughts. The Monday Night Football pick. It's all coming up.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't know if their quarterback situation is better in Texas, but I hear you. Yeah, don't bury LSU just yet. There's a lot of players in Louisiana. They got a lot of money. Don't bury them just yet. But I mean, that's Georgia, that's Texas, that's Tennessee, that's LSU, that's A&M, and that ain't easy. Miami on the road. Nice to not have Cam Ward playing against you, though. I agree, Adam. I agree. Good for you.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. It's all coming up. Monday Night Football tonight. Los Angeles. So you had Sunday Night Football, Los Angeles. Monday Night Football, Los Angeles. Eagles came into SoCal, whooped up on the Rams last night. Will the Ravens do the same? Eagles did it with a power running game. Mark, Ravens can power run it. Chargers, a little different, though. Little different.
This game intrigues the hell out of me for a lot of different reasons. But the Chargers have become a running team as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's tough to run the ball on the Ravens. The Ravens are their pass defense has been lousy. Their run defense has been stellar all year. So what do the Chargers do offensively to have production against the Ravens tonight?
Well, don't you think they have to throw the ball? That the Ravens pass defense is so vulnerable that if you're the Chargers, you're like, yeah, we got to open it up a little bit more than we have. Look at all the plays we can make here. Have you watched the film?
Or would Harbaugh rather play the game in the high teens, Jim Harbaugh, in the high teens, low 20s?
Realistically, I mean, even if you think very highly of your defense. Now, I know Pittsburgh just did it, but then again, what's his face missed 2 field goals? I mean, they scored 16 points in a normal situation where they wouldn't have had to go for 2. They would have kicked the extra point. And in theory, he missed 2 field goals he normally makes. I mean, even in Pittsburgh, I mean, the Ravens most days would have put 23 points on the board. Only ended up with 16. I mean, don't you go into a game against the Ravens thinking, they're probably going to get to 24. We probably need to get 27, 28 if we're going to win this game. Maybe even a touch higher, but we got to start there. I mean,
well, I look at Jim Harbaugh, the way Tomlin approached that game. I just see the Chargers trying to run the ball first.
I agree.
That's their MO. That's who they are. That's their identity. They've got the young tackle who's terrific. They're going to try to line it up and run it at you. So can they then work play action into the game where they can expose the one weakness that the Ravens have, and that's their defensive secondary?
Of course, you don't want to fall behind trying to run the ball and, that fine line with play calling and game flow and all that. Have you seen Lamar's stats, by the way? I mean, unless I'm wrong, doesn't he have like 25 TDs and 3 interceptions? I mean, I thought that's the stat I got in front of me. Okay. The one thing the Ravens passing game is interesting. Obviously, they're not known for it the way other teams are. But basically, Lamar's, in terms of yards per completion, yards per attempt, success off of play action, Mark, they're number 2 in the league, basically, in all those stats. Only Goff and the Lions have done better in terms of yards per attempt, yards per completion, and success off of play action than the Ravens. And yet they've lost 4 times.
Once to Las Vegas, another to Cleveland.
Right.
Kind of reminds you of what happened Saturday when college football turned into the NFL right before your very eyes.
The other thing in years past, what could Lamar not do? Throw to wide receivers. That's why Mark Andrews was always such a great fantasy play. Oh, yeah, Lamar could throw it over the middle of the field, but he can't throw it to the outside. Lamar's top 3 in the league in throwing to the wideouts this year. All right. Only, ironically, Derek Carr and Jared Goff in terms of yards per attempt to wideouts.
Flowers turned into such a great weapon for him. Great weapon. So if the Chargers win this game, David, do you see the score being 27-23? Do you see the score being 23-20? Or how do you, because it sounds like you're pretty convinced the Ravens are going to win.
Well, I'm pretty convinced that they're going to get in the 20s. I'm also convinced that the Chargers are going to have to open it up. Herbert wants to. And I know people don't follow Herbert's quotes closely. But, Herbert's been pretty open about how, listen, I wasn't real crazy about what Harbaugh was selling. Okay, and all this run. He goes, I want to throw it all over the lot. But, he's the coach. It's what he wants to do. And I've had to, play along. But I get the sense he's itching a little bit. And the other thing is, what hasn't happened this year because of their style of play? Herbert's not being mentioned as one of the top quarterbacks in the game, even though he may still be. But that's not the style of ball that they're playing. And there's a part of me, Mark, that's the MVP across the field. It's prime time here. There's a part of me that thinks Justin Herbert wants to throw the ball tonight. I'm a dude. I'm a stud. Enough of this Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow crap. How come you guys aren't talking about me anymore? Nothing's happened to me.
Talking more about me when my record was below 500. Now we're winning games and I'm not being talked about.
Right. So that's why I think this is. I'm pretty sure I picked the Ravens tonight.
You did.
Yeah, you've got the Chargers, I've got the Ravens. But I actually think we're going to see the Chargers throw the ball more than they have during the season. And they may have to, because the Ravens may score some points where the Chargers defensively have kept so many teams down that they can stay conservative. I have a feeling the Chargers are going to have to open it up tonight.
We'll see. You're probably right, because it seems unlikely that a defense is going to hold the Ravens to under 20 and the Ravens are going to go less than 20 back to back. And you just pointed out how it was less than 20 a week ago. So can the Chargers get 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals? Because that's what it seems that you think it will take to win.
Yeah, I think if you're playing the Ravens this year, a good day defensively is to hold them to 24. And so you got to figure out a way. Can we get a touchdown a quarter? Can we put 27-28 on the board? Because otherwise, I don't know if we're going to win this game.
Chargers defense done a really good job this year taking the ball away.
Mm-hmm.
Can they get Lamar to give it up a couple of times?
Which he has not done.
No, you're right. 25-3, 25 touchdowns to 3 interceptions on the year.
I don't know. That seems impressive to me.
Because it is.
So, do the Ravens try to establish Derrick Henry early, or do they use him as a decoy early and try to go to him once they get the lead? Also, I think I have this right. Jim's never beaten John, right?
That is correct.
I mean, they've only coached against one another like three times, I think. But John's 3-0, including obviously the big one. 12 years ago, the Super Bowl. It's their parents' anniversary tonight. And I believe they'll be at the game.
That's what anybody wants to do on their anniversaries, go to a football game. I tried.
Well, you at least listen to one in the car on the way to your anniversary dinner. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today's the day when, all coming up.
Hey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It has been so weird today because not only has your camera been in and out and freezing, when it is on, it's on about a 4-second delay. So I'm hearing you and then seeing you like 4 seconds later. It's just weird.
Oh.
The Santa Monica Wi-Fi, not getting it done today. Not getting it done in the middle of the night. You think 6:33 in the morning we'd be working at peak performance.
You sure would.
Now, do you have time for a nap before your production meeting?
No, we're doing the interview. No, we've got business to do here, and then I'll just go downstairs. I've had no food this morning.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've been up for 7 hours with no food. Oh, that's not true. I've been up what have I been up for? About 4.5 hours.
So you're dying right now.
I'm hungry. Plus, I had to take some medicine, and I could really use some
food.
Yep.
Too bad. I've got a cherry pie right here for you.
Which I wouldn't eat, even though I'm sure it's fantastic.
No on the cherry pie.
Yeah, I'm not a cherry guy.
Probably didn't like the song then either.
No, actually I did. Funny. I know funny. That's
I know
funny.
your wife said it was hair metal. There's no way your wife didn't love that song back in the day.
I'm sure. My goodness. And yours.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The two of them with their hair. The two of them with their hair in the 2000s. Never mind the 80s and 90s. I can only imagine. Pictures had to be epic.
That was Warrant. Cherry pie, I believe, is Warrant. Terrible then, terrible now. So, David, you'll love this. My wife's now become a soccer expert because of all the extensive soccer she watches. We got in the car. Even my mom took one car. Maddie and I took another. Maddie and I get in the car after the game Friday to drive to get something to eat. And I just looked at her. I said, Maddie, let's just start with this. Mom knows nothing about soccer, okay? Maddie's like, I know. I said, so just don't argue with her and agree when she tells you what to do. And then do whatever you were doing.
Now, if I tell you something,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
the home stretch of Miller and Moulton on this Overreaction Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. If you miss any part of Miller and Moulton, go to millerandmoulton.com. So there, I'd like to thank all our guests on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Poll question, white or dark meat? We're going Thanksgiving questions this week because you guys don't care about sports. We ask you sports questions. The Rays staying or going? I don't care. White or dark meat? Oh, my goodness. Stuffing or potatoes? Oh, yeah. We know. So that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Vote accordingly. By the way, I'm a dark meat guy. You?
I'm a dark meat guy.
Huh. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'll eat 6 pounds of white meat too, but yeah, first, dark meat still available? Yeah, that's where I go first.
I'm a thigh guy. Give me the thigh. You can have the drum. I'll take the thigh.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
And today was the day when's got a sponsor, David.
Whoa!
Game Day Men's Health. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441. That's 239-427-3441. Not a lot today, David.
Okay.
1963 we start. JFK laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery.
Wow, you're starting with a real toe tapper today.
I know.
Oh.
Back it up, within 73, the U.S. cuts the maximum speed limit to 55 miles per hour as an energy conservation measure. That was a long run of 55, too.
It was. And you can still tell the places that still have it, and it's annoying.
O.J. Simpson ran for 273 yards versus Detroit today in 76. Today in 79, a historic day in broadcasting. Pat Summerall and John Madden broadcast a game together for the first time. They would last 22 years and obviously become one of the most well-known partnerships in TV sports broadcasting.
But I don't believe they were full-time put together until 81. But yes, they for 79 and 80, because Madden still did games with Vin Scully, in 79 and in 80.
And it was today in 80 that the legendary No-Mas fight, Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran at the Superdome in New Orleans. Duran quit in the 8th round. First fight, smaller ring in Montreal. Leonard decided he wanted to fight him. That didn't go as well. He boxed him the second time and boxed him into oblivion.
In a huge ring, and Duran couldn't corner him. If you're into boxing, if you ever get a chance and they're showing the first fight And it was at, as Mark said, Olympic Stadium in Montreal. And it was in like February too, I believe. I mean, it was not warm. And smaller ring, and like Mark said, Sugar Ray decided, you know what? Let's fight. And it was a really good fight. Duran won a close decision.
It was a 15-round decision.
Right. And it was like 9 rounds to 6, 8, 6, and 1 on one of the cards. I mean, but Sugar Ray, there were a lot of people after the fight who were like, damn, I didn't know you had that in you. I thought you were just a pretty fighter.
Andrew Carnegie, Eddie Shore, Joe DiMaggio all would have celebrated birthdays today. Joe Gibbs is 84. Bucky Dent is 73. Some of you, I didn't put his middle name in there. You can do that at home at your leisure. Bernie Kosar, 61. Chris Carter, 59. Christina Applegate, 53. And Donovan McNabb is 48. What did I miss, David?
Well, you didn't miss anything, but it's interesting you brought up Bernie Kosar. So do you know that Bernie Kosar's single season passing record at Miami stood until Saturday? Cam Ward now has thrown for more yards in a season than any Canes quarterback ever, and the guy who held the record was Bernie Kosar. Think about that. He played there 40 years ago. He threw for like 3,400 yards. Also, they only played 11 games in the regular season 40 years ago, not 12 like they play now. Now, Cam broke it in the 11th game. But think about back then. I mean, that's averaging over 300 yards a game passing 40 years ago. It was like 3,400 and change, and Ward passed him this past Saturday when they beat Wake. By the way, you concerned at all for Miami Saturday against Syracuse?
Yes.
On the road?
Yes, I am.
That's
not a done deal. That's for sure, David.
That's an 8-3 team that's going to chuck it all over the lot. And, you know, that quarterback's had days where he could beat them. He's also had days where he may throw 3 to him.
But if there's a team you can throw it against, Miami's a team you can throw it against a little bit.
Exactly. I'm a little worried for Miami 3:30 on Saturday. I got to be honest.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
I've got a cat in the state of Washington for the good. It spent 5 days stranded in a tree. When it was finally rescued, braving frigid temperatures, rain, and snow, David. The cat was finally spotted on a lower branch on Thursday. An animal control rescuer climbed a 10-foot ladder and then was able to climb 4 feet higher on the tree to reach the frightened cat. David, would you go 14 feet in the air to rescue a cat?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with heights, so I probably would.
Well, they did, and the cat made it home safely. For the bad, we go to Brevard County, where a man was attacked by a swarm of bees during a tree trimming job. He was stung more than 100 times and fell 30 feet off of a bucket truck. He survived the bee attack and the fall. He was rushed to the hospital, no broken bones, no internal bleeding, and the swelling all went away. Stung 100 times by a bee. Finally, the ugly, we go to Wisconsin, where a Wisconsin sheriff's deputy came to the rescue of a 10-year-old who called 911 to ask for help with math homework. The Shawano County Sheriff's Office said on social media that a dispatcher answered a 911 call from a 10-year-old who called to say he needed help with his math homework. He stated that his family wasn't very good at math either, and he needed help. The dispatcher explained to the young caller that 911 was not the appropriate number to call for homework help, but she also offered her assistance. He gave a long problem with decimals, and she was unable to help him, so she informed him, let me see if I've got a deputy near your residence. Deputy Chase Mason was in the area and agreed to take a look at the math problem.
That's spectacular.
He couldn't do the math problem either.
Doesn't anybody have a calculator on their phone?
That's the good, the bad, and the ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Still offering that $10,000 bonus for new officers to sign on. All the information is readily available at capecops.com.
So, how old was the kid again?
10.
Don't you?
My daughter called 911 for math homework help. I would go ballistic.
Well, I would too. Although when the deputy showed up and it was about math homework, I'd be like, what? I guess I'd find it cute at some point. Not initially, though. Don't you first have to start out by going, listen, if I'm going to help you, I need to see just how bad the problem is. You called 911, right? Yeah. Add those numbers together. What do you get? Okay. Seriously, don't I have to start out now? Add 9 and 1 together as 11. What do you get? Subtract 9 and 1 What do you get? I mean, I think the kid's got to go 3 for 3 on those basic questions before I
arrest him. Help him.
Wow. Yeah, there's no college football tonight. There's like 9 NBA games. None of them are nationally televised unless you consider NBA TV nationally televised. Dallas and Atlanta, OKC and Sacramento. The Magic are in Charlotte to take on the Hornets. Only local team, so to speak, in action tonight. Decent game in Denver. They're hosting the Knicks. Seems interesting to me. NHL tonight. They also play a lot of games on Monday.
Yeah, busy week for the NHL. A lot of hockey this week.
11 games tonight. Lightning are hosting the Avs. Panthers are hosting the Caps. They're actually behind the Caps in the standings by 2 points.
No Ovechkin for the Caps, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, right.
Would have been worth the drive over.
We say this every year. If you're into college basketball, if you're listening in the 239, well, hell, you got a ton of it within driving distance of where you live. Got the Gulf Coast Showcase going on at Hertz, and you got the Michigan, who's headlining the Fort Myers Invitational at FSW. Next year, by the way, North Carolina and Michigan State. Think about that. I think it's Michigan Vatech tonight.
That is correct. That's the 6:30 game, I believe.
Little Big Ten ACC matchup. They also have games going on this afternoon, I know.
6 o'clock, I'm sorry.
Because I know Jacksonville's involved in the games today and tomorrow in the afternoon. So if you're into college hoops and you're looking for something to do, there's a ton of it, whether it be at FSW or at Hertz.
Yeah, you could get a section at Hertz. You could just plop down and watch college hoop all day long. See a bunch of low and mid majors play one another.
By the way, 2 top 5 teams are playing one another. 9 o'clock tonight on ESPNU. If for whatever reason the Ravens and the Chargers are not doing it for you, Auburn and Iowa State are playing in Maui on ESPNU at 9.
They did the presser with all the coaches outside. They had the banner at the table and all the logos of the teams in front of the coaches, and it was right in front of the beach. It's a pretty good crowd, pretty good shot. Kind of makes you want to go to Maui. Not sure what doesn't, but I thought that was a great shot.
2:30 this afternoon, by the way, UConn and Memphis on the Deuce. Also, both teams unbeaten. You're just looking for some college hoops. All right, Monday Night Football. Ravens favored by 3. Over-under's 50.5. So Vegas is basically saying this game's 27-24 Baltimore. Bet accordingly.
I like the Chargers. I've liked them all week, but this could be my bias towards the Chargers.
Well, I don't think so, Mark, just for this reason alone. So the Chargers have an offense and a defense. The Ravens have an offense.
But they have a run defense, and the Chargers like to run the football. That's the game to me. Will they establish anything running-wise so they can get play action going for Herbert?
And Herbert and Lamar's play action numbers have both been exceptional. I think Lamar is second in the league to golf, and I think Herbert's top 5 in all the play action analytics. So there you have it. I took the Ravens. I don't think they're going to lose 2 in a row for the second time this year. I also think they got a big jolt when the Steelers lost on Thursday. They're like, all right.
And the extra days off after the very physical game against the Steelers should help the Ravens tonight. Steelers obviously had to play on Thursday. The Ravens get all the way till Monday after what was a big-time matchup last week.
These two teams are both playoff teams. Heading into tonight, they'll be playoff teams after tonight. But right now, the Chargers are the 5 and the Ravens are the 6. So, chance to flip-flop in the standings. And I do think it's difference between the 5 and the 6 in the AFC is pretty big, Mark, because you get Houston if you're the 5. You get the Steelers if you're the 6. Overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us. David Sampson, Pat Kerwin, Chris Perkins on the show tomorrow.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
For more than 22 years, Jason and Todd have celebrated Thanksgiving weekend with the Diamond District family. This year, they're kicking off the holidays with luxury, and it starts with free silver and gold bars and coins. With any purchase of $900 or more, Jason and Todd will give you gold and silver bars and coins, depending on how much you spend. Jason and Todd will be in the store all weekend to ensure you receive the best buying experience at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton,